to just encourage you to fill up all the available spaces in this huge room that we see a lot of spaces still available here on your left side, but on our right side from the stage. Yeah, so there's still some more room here and spaces for you that you can fill up on this side of the room. And as Ben mentioned earlier, if you're worried about the safety, for safety issues, there, as you can see, there are many exits that we can access to here at the Sabah International Convention Center.
Yes, indeed, Amy. And for those of you who just arrived here in Sipadan 2 and Sipadan 3, welcome to Sibes 2022. We are expecting the arrival of our guest of honor momentarily. I'll give you updates to his whereabouts. I was told earlier that he is on his way to the SICC. Please go ahead and sit down and make yourselves comfortable while you're seated, and I'm sure certainly that you are on your phones. Why not take some photos, get to know the person sitting next to you, and all your postings on social media, please include the hashtag Sibes 2022. As you can see in the front here, that is the official spelling SIBES 2022.
And there's also social media accounts for Sibes 2022 available. So don't forget to follow and support us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. The handle is Sibes 2022 on Facebook and Sibes_2022 on Instagram.
Well done. It's right there on the screen there. And also, if you would like to do us a huge favor by sharing the link of the official Sabah government YouTube channel, and all you need to do is just go on YouTube and type in Sabah government, and today's event is broadcast live, and we would love for more people to join us virtually. You may go ahead and share that link and put it on your Instagram and Facebook. Thank you so much. We will be with you momentarily.
rise. Announcing the arrival of the Right Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah.
The Right Honorable Chief Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for Malaysia's national anthem Negaraku and the Sabah state anthem Sabah Tanah Airku.
Please be seated. The Sabah state motto, Sabah Maju Jaya, or translated in English, May Sabah be prosperous and victorious, is a phrase we Sabahans hold close to our hearts for decades. Let us watch an expression of Sabah Maju Jaya through this wonderfully made music video.
Sabah tanah airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. generasi Z, mari bangkitlah kita bersatu menjadi teguh negeri Sabah, bumi yang tercinta. Tanah tumpah darahku, ayo kita jadikan negeri kita terus terbilang maju jaya dalam Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Kita sayang Sabah, negeriku tercinta, bersatu sehati ke harapan.
Let's give a big hand as we advance the vision and mission of the Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan 2021 through 2025. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam keluarga Malaysia, salam Sabah Maju Jaya.
Selamat pagi.
A very good morning.
The Right Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Ji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Dr. Jeffrey Kitingan, Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah and State Minister of Agriculture and Industries, the Honourable Datuk Seri Dr. Ronald Kiandi, Minister of Agriculture and Food Industries Malaysia, the Honourable Sabah State Cabinet Ministers, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the State Secretary of Sabah, the Honourable Sabah State Cabinet Assistant Ministers.
We would also like to welcome our international visitors to Sabah this morning. His Excellency Jose Miguel Corvinos Lafuente, the Ambassador of Spain to Malaysia. His Excellency Mr. Milan Hupce, Ambassador of the Czech Republic to Malaysia. Her Excellency Madam Andrea Reiklin, Ambassador of Switzerland to Malaysia. His Excellency Mr. Nail Latipov, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation to Malaysia. Her Excellency Madam Pam Dunn, the High Commissioner of New Zealand to Malaysia. Her Excellency Madam Nineta Barblescu, the Ambassador of Romania to Malaysia and Brunei Darussalam. His Excellency Dr. Joachim Bergstrom, the Ambassador of Sweden to Malaysia. His Excellency Mr. Morten Paulsen, the Ambassador of Norway to Malaysia. His Excellency Mr. Massimo Rustico, the Ambassador of Italy to Malaysia. And His Excellency Mr. Lee Chi-byom, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. We also would like to welcome representatives of KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Majid Khan, and also Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Michael Yeo. Tan Sri, Datuk, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat datang
Kopi Vosian.
and welcome to the
Sabah International Business and Economic Summit 2022. I would like to introduce this lovely lady standing next to me. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amy Dangin.
And this fine gentleman standing next to me is Ben Uzair.
We would also like to acknowledge our visitors and delegates who are joining us virtually online today, not just from around Malaysia, but throughout our neighboring regions and around the world. Thank you so much for joining us virtually this morning. The Right Honourable, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all of us have been through a lot these past 2 unprecedented years, and I'm certain we are feeling thankful for so many things. Therefore, as appreciation and to seek blessings from the Almighty, we would like to begin our formalities this morning with a doa recitation. It is going to be led by Yang Berbahagia Sahibus Samaha Datuk Bongsu Aziz Jaafar, the Mufti of the State of Sabah. Yang Berbahagia Sahibus Samaha Datuk Mufti, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين القائل في كتابه العزيز كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله نحمدك اللهم على ما أنعمت علينا من النعم بمنك وكرمك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام ونصلي ونسلم على حبيبك ورسولك المصطفى سيدنا محمد المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وهداية للناس أجمعين وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن دعا بدعوته وأتبع هداه إلى يوم الدين. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise is due to the Almighty Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the world. May the peace and mercy of Allah be upon His Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his families, companions, and followers. Allahumma ya dhar rahmati wal aman. O Allah, the one of mercy and protection, we are truly honored to host this prestigious event, Sabah International Business and Economic Summit, SABAH'S 2022, which will be formally officiated by the Right Honorable Chief Minister of Sabah, Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Hajiji Haji Noor. O Allah, with your mercy and protection, give us our blessings for our ceremony today, as well as for the proceedings of this program. Allahumma ya mujib ad-da'awat wa qadi al-hajat. O Allah, answerer of supplications and granter of needs, fulfill our purposes in strengthening business, collaboration among businessmen throughout the world, especially in the East, beside providing an important yet a timely platform for business interaction and networking, where ideas and business opportunities can be exchanged. We humbly pray to you, Allah the Almighty, that we will successfully be able to achieve the aim and objective of this conference. Allahumma ya dhal jalali wal ikram. O Allah, the one of majesty and honor, you are the one exalted in power, the one full of knowledge, between the good and evil, between the obvious and the unseen. Protect us from calamity and danger, from disturbances and strife. Grant us our prayers. Guide us to righteousness and to the path that you bless. Provide us with people that are sincere, trustworthy, noble and honest, responsible in building a developed state and nation, building a united people. We forever seek your blessings toward excellence, glory, and distinction. اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا هذا وغيره بالرحمة وافتراقنا من بعده بالمغفرة والعصمة. اللهم افض علينا من بحار جودك الخيرات وعمنا من سحائب نعمك بالبركات ولا تخلنا من لطفك في جميع الأوقات. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you Yang Berbahagia Sahibus Samaha Datuk Mufti for the doa recitation.
Sabah Business and Economic Summit 2022. In short, it's SIBES 2022. Some pronounce it as Sibes, some pronounce it as Sibes, some pronounce it as Sibes. But what is Sibes 2022, Ben?
Well, we know off the bat that the theme for Sibes 2022 is Unlocking Sabah's Potential, Unleashing Business Opportunities. And it's an apt time, Amy, for stakeholders in government, the private sector, academicians, and the civil society to gather under one roof right here at SICC to explore, discuss, and also ideate the future of Sabah's economy.
And we would just like to note that the main organizer of Sibes 2022 is the Sabah State Government and co-organized by KSI's Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to the Sabah State Government and also KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific. The Right Honourable, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver his welcome remarks, please put your hands together for Tan Sri Majid Khan, the Sibes 2022 Co-Organizing Chairman.
Yang berbahagia Tan Sri, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. The Right Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, Chief Minister of Sabah. The Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima Jeffrey Kitingan, Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah. The Honourable Datuk Dr. Ronald Kiandi, Federal Minister of Agriculture, Honourable Ministers of the State Government, Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Safar bin Untung, the State Secretary. The Honourable Assistant Ministers of the State Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi, selamat datang. Good morning, and welcome to the Sabah International Business and Economic Summit 2022. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to welcome all of you today. We have an amazing event planned for you. And we are thrilled to share this time with you. At the outset, allow me to put on record our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Chief Minister, the Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, for taking time off his busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an exciting time for Sabah. Under the leadership of the Chief Minister, the Gabungan Rakyat GRS led state government has put in place initiatives that are business and investor friendly. This is a very stable government with a two-thirds majority in the State Assembly. In fact, the state government has set a time frame of 2 years for investors to start developing projects in the state. This is to ensure that every application received from investor to implement development projects in the state as expedited for approval and implementation. This is a clear example of how serious the Chief Minister is to develop the state. He wants to ensure that the approval of the development plan, including related approval, would be expedited as well as simplified to avoid delay in the planned project. With the state reviewing and reforming its business regulation, this will improve the ease of doing business and will attract higher investment and further intensify the business growth in Sabah. Sabah is strategically located within the ASEAN region. It's just 2.5 hours from the major capital city. In the next 3 years, Indonesia will move its capital from Jakarta to Balikpapan. This is within 1 hour flying time from KOTA KINABALU. ASEAN has a population of more than 600 million people, with a GDP of $3 trillion. Sabah is located within the Bimniaga region. Bimniaga consists of Sabah, Sarawak, Brunei, Kalimantan, and the southern Philippines. The chairman of Bimniaga, Tan Sri Pandikaraman, who I believe is here, has done a fantastic job in developing the Vision 2025 for the development of the region. This also includes major sustainable infrastructure projects that are still being developed and stimulus the Bimniaga region. They are developing the green energy project to improve the infrastructure and the sustainability within the region. Sabah shares a common border with Kalimantan and about 30 minutes to the southern part of the Philippine Mindanao region. Within the Bimniaga region, the total population is around 70 million people. The manufacturing industry is underdeveloped in this region, leading to a large volume of import to meet the need of the population. There is an opportunity to turn Sabah into a center for manufacturing so that import substituted and locally produced good can be substituted with locally produced good. This will lead to a reduction in the cost of living in the region. We can take advantage of the ASEAN Free Trade AFTA, which allow for free movement of goods within the ASEAN region, with most of the products are eligible for preferential tariff. Ladies and gentlemen, underlying these objectives is overarching strategy to mobilize private sector investment to spur prosperity. The state government, under the Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan, will continue to support the development of a more comprehensive manufacturing facilities that transition into higher level of value-added production, developing the state as a food basket for the country through support of an sustainable agriculture and fishery, and positioning Sabah as a well-connected tourism destination. The private sector play an important role in identifying challenges and solutions to better promote trade, tourism and investment, and also help identify private sector-led projects that can support the state development. I urge you to take advantage of the presence of the Chief Minister here to talk and discuss on way to promote investment and the development in Sabah. I assure you that the Chief Minister has tremendous capacity to listen. For Sabah, we recognize the potential of the Pan-Borneo Highway as a game changer to Sabah and Sarawak, eventually connecting to the Trans-Borneo Highway in Indonesia. Consolidation hub will also be established along the route, ensuring cargo handling efficiency in the 12 Malaysia plan. It is important to develop and improve the island container port facility to support inland logistics, in particular, and the Keningau Inland Port in Sabah and Tabadu Inland Port in Sarawak. Regional and local airline connectivity must be enhanced to improve the movement of people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a new era as of 1st of January 2022. The regional comprehensive economic partnership, RCEP, is in force. RCEP membership consists of 15 countries, 10 in ASEAN, China, Japan, Republic of Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. Malaysia, being a trading nation, this recent development is very timely in order to ensure the future growth of Malaysia. The RCEP agreement represent 30% of the world population and a GDP of 26 trillion US dollars. This is the biggest marketing bloc in the world. It is bigger than NAFTA, It is bigger than EU. According to the recent report, UNCTAD published in mid-December 2021, Malaysia, among the ASEAN countries, is expected to be the largest beneficiary of RCEP agreement in terms of gaining the export market. RCEP is led to lower tariff among the 15 nations. As a result, trade among RCEP countries will increase. Such surge in trade will lead interesting economic activity and provide extra impetus for post-pandemic economic recovery. A recent study by the Associated Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Malaysia showed that RCEP will boost Malaysian GDP by about 1.7% in the medium term. Export due to RCEP is projected to grow by a whopping 24.4% during the same period. These bode well for Sabah, as the state will stand to benefit from the maritime trade, aviation cargo, and international trade. Two major shipping lanes in the region pass through Sabah, i.e. the Strait of Malacca and the Makassar Strait. These constitute 30% of the world trade, and I have no doubt Sabah will benefit. It can also set Sabah up as a new manufacturing hub in Malaysia. The state government will set its focus on encouraging clear and environmental friendly industries, as well as creating more job opportunities in the manufacturing sector. I also understand that the state will also develop economic zone in industrial area to attract more domestic and foreign companies to invest in Sabah. The state government will also enhance the capability of local small, medium-sized industry via training and upscaling program. Ladies and gentlemen, one other area that bodes well for Sabah is tourism. There are many reasons why you should visit Sabah as your future getaway. Besides admiring the majestic mountain, the beautiful beaches and islands, there are more to Sabah that meet the eyes, including outdoor activities, cultural tour, delicious food, and very friendly and hospitable people. As Sabah reopened its border to travelers after 2 years of lockdown, we look forward to many tourist arrival, especially from China. As the Chinese tourists, arrival were the highest in 2008 and 2019, prior to the lockdown. The Chinese middle class today is 700 million people. It is almost double the population of America. Sabah is 3 hours away from a major city in China and 5 hours away from Beijing. We may be expecting double-digit growth in the tourist arrival from China in the near future. God willing, COVID-19 pandemic will be over by 2023. SABAH'S are known to be very friendly people and ever ready to receive tourists from all over the world. However, to further encourage more tourism arrival, there is a need for the tourist industry to come up with innovative ideas and services, including rebranding tourist attraction to appeal to local as well as repricing the hotel room. The industry needs to be creative and innovative to discover new value proposition. The private sector and the government should work together to come up with a comprehensive development plan to meet the expectation of the income influx of tourists. We are also encourage the private sector to build more hotels in Sabah to cater to the expected increase in tourist arrival. Hamstrung, one of the local companies, has recently announced that they will be building 2 new hotels in Sabah to be managed by 2 international hotel companies. This is a clear example of the private sector having the foresight and the confidence to invest in Sabah. I hope that the other private sector company will follow suit. The summit, we hope, will bridge the gap and promote understanding and cooperation between the state government and the private sector, and that the summit will pave the way for more investment in Sabah. These are some of the goals we would like to highlight to ensure that we all work together to achieve them. I am sure the Chief Minister also allude in greater detail the plan over the next 5 years to bring development to Sabah. Before I close, I would like to once again thank the Chief Minister, the state government, and its many agencies, together with KSI, who put all this together. They work very hard, and we appreciate their effort. We would like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to our partners for their support, i.e. Yayasan Sabah, Khazanah Sabah, Sawit Kinabalu Berhad, and Sabah Development Bank. And our corporate sponsor, European Wellness Biomedical Group, East-West One Group, Mudajaya Corporation, Berhad, Kuala Lumpur Kepong Berhad, Siam Dabi Plantation, and Jacob Berhad. And to our supporting organization, Institute of Development Studies Sabah, IDS, and the Malaysian International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. A big thank you to you. We'd also like to shout about at our media partner, Daily Express, for their coverage of the event today. I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending our conference. You as organization leaders have the vision, the knowledge, the expertise to help us pave the way into the future. Throughout this conference, I ask you to stay engaged, keep us proactive, and help us shape the future of Sabah. In conclusion, I appeal to all of you, having heard of the potential that is available in my state, I sincerely hope that you will all invest in the related field to contribute toward the economic development of the state. My personal respect and thanks to all of you for attending this conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri.
The Right Honorable, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the next agenda in the event, we would just like to remind you to use the hashtag Sibes 2022 when posting photos and videos on social media for easier reference in the future. Follow the handle Sibes 2022 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also, if you take a look at the delegate card that we are wearing, that I believe all of the delegates have also received, there is a QR code at the back of the card to get an access to the latest information for Sibes 2022.
We love incorporating culture. That's the Sabahan way. And we are pleased to present you the delegates with a classic lanyard made from beads, and it's called the pinakol. And these beads are intricately strung together to make necklaces made by the Rungus community in the district of Kudat. A great souvenir to take home with you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, to deliver his keynote address titled Achieving Sabah Maju Jaya to deliver development and progress for Sabah, please welcome the Right Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hajiji bin Haji Noor, the Chief Minister of Sabah.
Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam keluarga Malaysia dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Jeffrey Kitingan, Deputy Chief Minister, and Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Yang Berhormat Federal and State Ministers, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Safar Untung, Sabah State Secretary and Organizing Chairman, Yang Berhormat Federal Deputy and State Assistant Ministers, Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Majid Khan, Co-Organizing Chairman and Deputy Chairman KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific, Your Excellencies, High Commissioner and Ambassadors, foreign delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all guests and participants of the inaugural Sabah International Business and Economic Summit. It is an honor for me to deliver this keynote address in the presence of esteemed participants and dignitaries who have come to KOTA Kinabalu from near and far. Selamat datang ke Sabah. I would also like to thank the KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific for partnering with the Sabah State Government to bring this event to fruition. This summit, theme Unlocking Sabah's Potential, Unleashing Business Opportunities, is timely and apt for Sabah as we are on the cusp of speeding up our growth and development. Preceding this was a very challenging time for us as we, together with the rest of the world, tackle the COVID-19 pandemic as best we could, while also focusing our energy and putting our resources into managing affairs of the state. But in spite of all these challenges, we have kept our eyes on the ball and were able to pursue our development agenda. We introduced a development plan, which I will touch on later, that outlines our vision, strategy, and priorities for the next 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Chief Executive of the state, I am committed to developing Sabah as a state and society that is united, peaceful, harmonious, and prosperous. My aspiration is to chart a path for Sabah that benefits our people and our future generations. As such, your presence, especially entrepreneurs, investors, and civil society, will be important for us as we go through this journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah, as you know, is fondly known as the land below the wind, with an area spanning 72,500 square kilometers. We are the second largest state in Malaysia. The map of Southeast Asia shows that Sabah sits strategically right in the middle. China is to our north, Philippines is to our northeast, Indonesia is to our south, Brunei and Singapore are to our west, and Thailand is to our northwest. In other words, we are in the middle of where the action is. Sabah is truly a unique place. Not only do we have an abundance of natural resources, our nature is truly beautiful. The rainforest jungles in Sabah are more than 130 million years old, being among the oldest in the world. National Geographic has revealed that 10 square kilometers of Sabah forest has more flora and fauna than North America and Europe combined. In fact, the highest tropical tree in the world the yellow Maranti is sited in the Denham Valley in Sabah's east coast. Standing at 100.8 meter, it is higher than the Statue of Liberty, not to mention the iconic Mount Kinabalu, the pride of Sabah in Malaysia, which is one of the highest mountains in Southeast Asia. The surrounding area, Kinabalu National Park, was officially designated by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site in recognition of our rich biodiversity. Our diversity is melting pot of distinctive cultures, ethnicities, and languages. We have more than 40 ethnic groups with over 200 sub-ethnic groups with their own distinct languages and cultures such as Kadazan, Dusun, Bajau, and Murut. Despite our diversity, SABAH'S live harmoniously because we embrace each other as one SABAH'An. As one SABAH'An Malaysian family. At close to 4 million people, we have the second largest population in Malaysia, which means we have a large pool of talents and potential customers. Due to the size of our state and population, Sabah plays an important role in the Malaysian economy. Being the sixth largest contributor to the Malaysian economy, Sabah contributes 5.8% to Malaysia's gross domestic product, GDP. Since forming Malaysia in 1963, Sabah has made significant milestones in its economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah is one of the biggest producers of petroleum and rubber and cocoa in Malaysia. When it comes to palm oil alone, we cover over 700,000 hectares of Sabah's east coast. Sabah now ranks as the biggest palm oil producing state with 24% market share in terms of national output. The launching of East Malaysia crude palm oil futures contract augured well for the future development of Sabah's palm oil industry. Our trade performance is par excellence. To give you an idea, in 1962, it was recorded at USD 154.4 million, and in 2011, it was USD 27.3 billion. The Sabah economy is highly diversified. During the early days, our economy was heavily dependent on the primary sectors such as agriculture, commodities, and natural resources such as timber, paddy, and minerals. Since then, we have diversified into various sectors such as tourism, manufacturing, and services. Services contribute to almost half of our economy, particularly from tourism. However, the pandemic has wreaked havoc to our economy and all the world economy for that matter. Although our economy was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are confident of a rebound in 2022. Various initiatives which have been and are being implemented by the state government, including reopening the economic sectors and allowing cross-district and state activities. In addition, the implementation of the National Recovery Plan and various stimulus packages by the federal government has successfully hastened efforts in Sabah's economic recovery. with the various initiatives implemented by the government, the negative growth of various sectors in 2020 has shown positive growth in year 2021. Therefore, Sabah's economic growth in 2021 is expected to show a recovery trend and will grow slowly, but at a positive rate of 3.8% to 4%. I am proud to inform that Sabah created new history when the state achieved the highest ever state revenue, surpassing RM 5 billion last year. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, our economic growth declined by 9.5%, which was significantly less than the expected decrease of between 15% and 19%. Overall, the Malaysian economy declined by 5.4% in 2020 when the federal government implemented strict movement control orders. However, I am confident Sabah's economy will grow in tandem with Malaysia's economy as the world reopens. The Bank Negara Malaysia, or Central Bank of Malaysia, expect the economy to grow between 3% to 4% last year. The Ministry of Finance, in its Economic Report 2022, expects the Malaysian economy to strengthen between 5.5% to 6.5%. In other words, Sabah's best days are definitely ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, when I took over as the Chief Minister of Sabah, we embarked on a new journey to chart our state's future in the next 5 years. In March of last year, the Gabungan Rakyat Sabah State Government launched the 5-year Halatuju Sabah Maju Jaya SMJ Development Plan, a roadmap that sets out a new strategic direction for Sabah's economic development. We saw this blueprint as pivotal in bringing Sabah into the next decade. As our motto, Sabah Maju Jaya, suggests, Sabah prosper because when Sabah prospers, everyone prospers. The SMJ Development Plan has 3 main thrusts. First, we focus on 3 main economic sectors, namely agriculture, industry, and tourism. Second, the Sabah state government emphasizes the human capital and well-being of the people. Third, the plan puts an emphasis on connectivity, specifically green infrastructure and sustainability networks. The 3 sectoral economic trusts, as I believe it, will provide clarity on Sabah's key focus areas, especially for businesses and investors. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the agriculture sector encompassing crops, livestock, and fisheries. It plays an important role, having contributed 16% to Sabah's GDP in 2019. We will put a heavy emphasis on building the value chains, specifically production, harvesting, processing, and marketing. We also focus on ensuring the agricultural sector is more competitive and sustainable. Thus, we are adopting sustainability practices, pursuing modernization, as well as creating aquaculture industrial zone for Sabah. The Sabah state government also intends to leverage technology and innovation to boost productivity and growth. For example, using drones to map and manage large swaths of palm oil plantation in lifetime is already commonplace. In Sabah, there is an abundance of opportunities for investors. To give you an example, last year, the Linaka Group of companies committed to invest in and develop large-scale, high-yield, hybrid coconut plantation, including downstream industrial development. The projects involve an estimated initial investment of ringgit Malaysia 200 million and is expected to provide 4,250 jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, the next sector is the industrial sector. Sabah was once an industrial powerhouse. In the 1980s, the subsectors include mining and quarrying, construction and services, with manufacturing being the biggest. Overall, the industrial sector contributes to 8% of Sabah's GDP. However, this figure truly does not reflect the sector's true potential. We were on the top and we aim to reclaim our spot. The state government is fully invested in enhancing infrastructure, nurturing entrepreneurship, boosting investment, and increasing competitiveness of leveraging advances in the fourth industrial revolution. As we speak, I am happy to share with you that tomorrow I will witness the signing of 3 memorandums of understanding for high-impact investment in agriculture, industrial, and tourism. We are certain these new investments, including an innovative solar glass manufacturing and large-scale herbs plantation among them, will assure Sabah of good returns whilst creating job opportunities for our people. We look forward to partner with more investors who are serious to do business with us. I assure investors, foreign and domestic, that the state government will strengthen the implementation of these projects to ensure their success. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation doesn't necessarily mean technological adoption because it takes many forms. For example, the industrial tree plantation, or ITP, is an innovative public-private partnership between the Sabah state government and the timber industry to reduce and relieve pressure on tropical timber and forest. The ITP initiative has higher yield and shorter gestation period, which will be a game changer to reviving Sabah's timber industry to its former peak production of 12 million cubic meters in the 1980s. The private sector from the timber industry in Sabah will plant 80 million trees in 10 to 12 years with an investment of ringgit Malaysia 4 billion. Based on industry input, the establishment of 400,000 hectares of forest plantation can create potential employment of 40,000 skilled and semi-skilled employed in the upstream sector. Another 40,000 in the downstream forest industries will be created when planted timber starts to flow. The ITP is projected to earn ringgit Malaysia 7 billion per year from the export of the timber products. In line with this, we must ensure that the timber industry is sustainable for future generation and for the industry. The Sabah Forestry Department, as the conservator of the forest, is tasked with monitoring the implementation of the ITP to ensure environmental sustainability and governance of their forest. The ITP, initiated by the Sabah Forestry Department, is not only an economic game changer, but crucial for conservation and sustainability. By planting trees in areas degraded by logging activities, it will go a long way in achieving a carbon neutral nation by as early as 2050. This effort is in line with the environmental, social, and corporate governance and sustainable development goals. This is indeed an innovative initiative on the part of the private sector in the timber industry, and I wish to congratulate them for taking the lead in making this bold investment. High on the state government's agenda is the importance of green sustainability. The green sustainability agenda is very important, as it is not only involves environmental issues and global warming phenomenon, but also an asset for economic development and state revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah is a big region. As such, we have several key industrial zones. There are two free economic zones, namely the Integrated Logistics Services in KOTA KINABALU Industrial Park, KKIP, and the Transshipment Hub in Sepangar. We also have the Sabah Oil and Gas Terminal in Papar and the Spitang Oil and Gas Industrial Park. In addition, there is the Palm Oil Industrial Cluster, POIC, in Lahad and the Furniture Park in Sandakan. Suffice to say, there are many opportunities to leverage multiple sectors across the state. The proof is in the pudding. Sabah secured ringgit Malaysia 4.4 billion worth of foreign investment as of June 2021, the third biggest in the country. And we are confident Sabah is and will be attractive destination for investment. I have stressed from the onset that we want to be investor friendly and we will ease all hurdles to facilitate all investments. The third and final sector is tourism. It was the third largest sector for our state economy, as it contributed more than 10% of GDP, with tourists coming from China, South Korea, Australia, and Taiwan. Tourism is our comparative advantage because we have something for everyone, from white sandy beaches and beautiful islands to rainforests and exotic wildlife. In short, Sabah is truly blessed with attractions from ocean deep to mountain high. We are exploring various ways to enhance our world-class tourism. The state government recognizes tourism's importance as an economic catalyst and welcomes investors for win-win business opportunities. This will enhance our competitiveness as we want to ensure that Sabah remains as one of Malaysia's favorite tourism destinations. Ladies and gentlemen, today you are here in this building, the Sabah International Convention Center, and venue for this inaugural summit. SICC is the largest state-of-the-art purpose-built facility in Borneo and presents opportunities for global events and well-suited for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition. In fact, we are looking into establishing a Sabah Convention Bureau to enhance promotion efforts to make Sabah a preferred destination for MICE events. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah's tourism industry has always outperformed industry expectation in the past years. Prior to the onslaught of the pandemic in 2019, the industry has experienced an upward trend, recording 4.1 million arrivals and registering ringgit Malaysia 8.3 billion in total receipts and ringgit Malaysia 12 million in tourism tax revenue. While the COVID-19 pandemic has affected global tourism, we are optimistic the tourism sector will recover the reopening of borders. Drawing lessons from the pandemic, we are balancing mass tourism with high yield and high-end tourism products. In that regard, we are embarking on several projects to attract tourists in the high-end category, such as the integrated Lokawi Resort City development, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabah is not only the land below the wind, but also the land of endless potential. As I have mentioned, Sabah sits in the middle of a strategic location in Southeast Asia. We are in the heart of the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asian Growth Area or BIM-IAGA. Through this sub-regional cooperation, Sabah has been on the forefront of promoting closer economic collaboration. Sabah will be doing its part to ensure the success of the revival plans and among them the BIM-IAGA economic corridors development. Likewise, the Sabah-Sarawak 275 kV interconnection power exchange agreement supports the Borneo grid and complements the Trans-Borneo Power Grid Sarawak West Kalimantan interconnection project. Both vital to the ASEAN Power Grid project. This would boost Sabah's power supply system. A stable electricity supply, in addition to water, will directly increase both domestic and foreign investment, apart from supporting the growth of industrial manufacturing and upstream sectors, as well as creating employment opportunities in the heavy and light industrial sector. Power and water supply are two key amenities the state government is placing high emphasis on, including hydropower projects. I envision Sabah as a potential regional hub for manufacturing, maritime, and transportation for emerging and developed countries. I foresee Sabah, too, will benefit from the economic cooperation in the regional comprehensive economic partnership that came into force earlier this month. The planned relocation of the Indonesian capital, Jakarta, to East Kalimantan bodes well for Sabah. As more people and businesses move into Borneo, it will strengthen our position and spur economic activities. Investors, domestic and foreign, will have access to this sub-region with a market of over 70 million people and growing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian federal government has heavily invested in building and upgrading the Pan-Borneo Highway to link Sabah, Sarawak, Brunei, and the Kalimantan region in Indonesia. I believe connecting this highway with the Trans-Kalimantan Highway will be crucial in building connectivity and promoting economic linkages. Speaking of of connectivity. It goes beyond physical infrastructure as much as of economic and commercial activities take place on the internet. The Sabah state government is working hard to ramp up digitalization efforts to fully leverage the potential of our digital economy. In this respect, we are working closely with the federal government to ensure every citizen will have access to internet connection regardless of where they are live in Sabah. The federal government has allocated ringgit Malaysia 3.61 billion to provide wider coverage and better quality of broadband experience for the people, whilst preparing the country for 5G technology under the first phase of National Digital Network Plan or JENDELA from 2020 to 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the federal government has been very receptive to Sabah's development needs, as evident in the 12th Malaysia Plan, which has committed to enhance Sabah's development as one of the 9 main focus. We are confident that with the high level of federal government support, we can push ahead to achieve what we have set out to do. With federal government support, and in a span of 2 weeks from December 7, 2021, the commercial collaboration agreement was signed between the state government and Petronas, which will give Sabah greater say, greater participation, and greater revenue sharing in oil and gas-related matters. Following this success, I launched the Sabah Gas Master Plan early this month on January 4th, thus paving the way for collaboration between the state government and Petronas to guide investment in Sabah's natural gas resources. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is to say that Sabah is open for business. We call on startups, entrepreneurs, businesses, and investors to have a closer look at Sabah, and we see what we have to offer. Throughout this summit, I would encourage you to speak to officials from the Sabah state government. We are always interested in exploring collaboration on building win-win private-public partnerships. This summit will touch on various topics covering the outlook of Sabah's economy, the investment landscape to agricultural transformation, and economic digitalization. I believe the discussions and recommendations would be important for us to take note. This is why we have you here today with us. The public and private sector and all involved, we need your support in our journey to bring Sabah into the next decade. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. And I look forward to hear your ideas and inputs. I wish all of you a fruitful summit. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Datuk Sri, the Right Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima, please remain on stage. Thank you for delivering your keynote address. And we would like to call upon one distinguished guest here, Amy, to be on stage to accompany our guest of honour.
May we invite the Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar Untung, the Sabah State Secretary, to join our distinguished guests on stage for the next agenda. The Right Honorable, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, On the count of 3, our guest of honor will insert a special key into the launch pad to symbolically open the Sabah International Business and Economic Summit 2022.
Delegates, I need your help. We need your help. Let's do a countdown together, shall we? 3, 2, 1.
안녕하세요.
Apa kabar?
Ciao. Hola.
Привет.
Kota. Bună. Marhaba. Konnichiwa.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, Sibes 2022 is now officially open. The Right Honorable, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. To express appreciation for the Right Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Chief Minister's presence at Sibes 2022, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Majid Khan, the co-chairman of Sibes 2022, would like to present our guest of honor with a memento. Terima kasih, Kota Huadan. Thank you, Datuk Seri Chief Minister, for your presence this morning at the Sibes 2022.
Before departing the stage, our distinguished guests will pose for a photography session along with our co-sponsors and corporate sponsors. We would like to invite the members of the media to take their places and to proceed with this photography session and invite the following. Our co-sponsors, the Honorable Datuk Sri Haji Gulam Haidar Khan Bahadar, Director of the Yayasan Sabah Group.
We would also like to invite Mr. Ahmad Rizal Dahli, CEO, Khazanah Sabah Berhad.
Datuk Vincent Pung, Managing Director, Sabah Development Bank Berhad.
Datuk Bacho bin Jansi, Managing Director, Sawit Kinabalu Sendirian Berhad.
And now inviting our corporate sponsors, Mr. Muhammad Helmi Osman Basha, Group Managing Director of Sime Dabi Plantation Berhad.
Mr. Abrar A. Anwar, Managing Director and CEO, Standard Chartered Bank Malaysia Berhad.
Mr. Anthony Teo, Managing Director of Muda Jaya Corporation Berhad.
Mr. Katiresan Subramaniam, Mill Advisor, Kuala Lumpur, Kapong Berhad.
Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Mike Chan, co-owner and founder of European Wellness Biomedical Group, Germany.
Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Jessie Tang, founder and group CEO, East West One Group.
Mr. Muaz Han, Executive Director of J Corp.
And last but not least, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Madiem Layapan, CEO, Invest Sabah Berhad.
Thank you to all our corporate sponsors and co-sponsors for making today's event a success.
Let's give a big hand to our co-sponsors and corporate sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Please pose for this photography session. Perhaps this time, our distinguished guests would like to put the thumbs up,
Yeah.
a poinka.
In Sabah, we say poingka. Maybe that's a new word that our delegates can learn today, some of us who might not know.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say Sabah, you say Maju Jaya. Sabah. Sabah.
Maju Jaya.
Sabah.
Maju Jaya. And we would like to invite the Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Safar Untung and Tan Sri Majid Khan to accompany the Right Honorable Chief Minister to view the exhibition pavilions located just outside of this hall. The Right Honorable Datuk Sri Chief Minister, thank you once again for your presence here this morning at Sibes 2022.
To our physical and virtual delegates, this marks the end of the opening ceremony. However, our first session is going to start right now. Please remain in the hall. Kepada para peserta, sila kekal di dalam dewan. Unfortunately, it's time for me to make a move now as I pass my duties of co-master of ceremonies to Amy Dangin. However, I'll be joining you and the delegates much later during the day and at the welcoming dinner. I trust all will be well, yeah, Amy?
I will try my best not to disappoint.
Amy Dangin, the floor is now yours.
And
Thank
I'll
you very
see you
much.
later. Hello once again, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As my MC partner Ben Uzar mentioned just now, our session of the summit will begin very soon. But if you find yourself needing to take a break, just want to share with you that there is easier access to washrooms on this side of the room as well. If you can see an exit door, there's a spot there. There's an access there to the washroom that you can go to. You don't have to take a longer round to go to the washroom. And other than that, I would just like to remind you once again, the hashtag for our event is hashtag Sibes 2022. We highly encourage you to take photos and videos and upload them on social media for future reference, for easier future reference. The Sabah International Business and Economic Summit 2022, or in short Sibes 2022, brings in stakeholders from state government, private sector and civil society to discuss and ideate the future of Sabah's economy. And the theme for Sibes 2022 is Unlocking Sabah's Potential, Unleashing Business Opportunities. Sabah is the sixth largest contributor to Malaysia's economy in terms of GDP in 2019. And since forming Malaysia in 1963, Sabah has made significant milestones in its economic development. And understandably, the past 2 years has been difficult and challenging for the economy, not only in Sabah but around the world. And we feel that Sibes 2022 is an apt time to explore the new Sabah state government's economic direction, which will be discussed throughout these 2 days of summit. The first session for Sibes 2022 is entitled Balancing Between Lives and Livelihoods. What's the path ahead for Sabah? We will be having respectable speakers in this first session, and also to be moderated by an active industry player, a Sabahan industry player. And in this first session, Balancing Between Lives and Livelihoods, What's the Path Ahead for Sabah? We'll be talking about and asking the questions like, what is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent movement control orders, or MCOs, on Sabah's economy? And how has the National Recovery Plan and state government stimulus packages supported the businesses and the people? What more can be done? And how can Sabah build back better? What are the top short-term priorities to overcome the health and economic crisis? I'll be waiting around for our moderators and speakers to be ready, and also the room and all of us to be ready before we officially and properly launch the first session of Sibes 2022. The first session of Sibes 2022, Balancing Between Lives and Livelihoods, What's the Path Ahead for Sabah, will be moderated by Datu Adeline Leong, who is the chairperson of the IDS, Institute Development Studies Sabah, the state government think tank. She was Malaysia's head of mission to Taiwan with ambassador status from 2016 to 2018. She was a council member of Sime Darby Foundation from 2013 to 2015 and was appointed consultant to Tan Chong Group upon her return from Taiwan in 2018 to the year 2020. In 1998, she became the first Malaysian woman to be made president of a municipal council in the country, the KOTA KINABALU Municipal Council, and from 2000 and 2004, she served as the president of the Sanakan Municipal Council. Dato Adeline Leong will be moderating the first session, talking about, in a conversation about balancing between lives and livelihoods, what's the path ahead for Sabah? And before all of us forget, we would like to once again acknowledge our virtual audience who are joining us online. Whether you are watching us live on the YouTube channel of the Sabah State Government, or you are here today, thank you for joining us. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to be here. And we hope that you will gain something useful and hopeful from these 2 days of the summit of Sibes 2022. I would like to also invite our delegates who are already in the room to kindly take your seats as we are going to start our first session very, very soon. Right about now, actually. And while we wait for all of us to settle down, I'd like to just introduce you our speakers for today. I'll just mention their name and our trusted moderator will handle the rest of the session. For this first session, our speakers consist of the Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Masidi bin Manjun, Sabah State Minister of Local Government and Housing and Second Minister of Finance. We would like to invite also Datuk Sam Manan, Deputy Director of Yayasan Sabah Group, Datuk Frederick Coogan, whom I see is already seated there, Chief Conservator of Forests of the Sabah Forestry Department. And also already seated, I see Datuk Sri Panglima Wong Ken Tao, Chairman of the Malaysian International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MICCI Sabah. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen, your excellencies and the honorables. And I am now going to hand over the mic to our moderator, Dato Adeline Leong, Chairperson of the Institute for Development Studies Sabah, IDS,
Thank you.
to begin our first session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony Amy, for the nice introduction. I can see there are more participants outside the hall than inside the hall, but I appreciate those who have actually stayed back in the hall to listen to us. We have a distinguished panel of speakers here, and I would like to invite Datuk Sri Masidi Manjun to join us as well. Yang berhormat. Thank you. So, salam sejahtera dan salam maju jaya. Yang berhormat, Tan Sri, Datuk, ladies and gentlemen who are present here, and to all the participants who are zooming into this event from overseas. Welcome to this first session on balancing between lives and livelihoods. What is the plan ahead for Sabah? I would like to congratulate the organizers for holding this first Sabah International Business and Economic Summit in a hybrid manner since the pandemic hit us in March 2020. 2022, I believe, will be a much better year for our economy once the country has opened up. This summit is a good beginning for our new year and is a positive sign that things will only get better from here onwards. The theme for this summit is Unlocking Sabah's Potential, Unleashing Business Opportunities. And we are here exactly to do this, to discuss how to unlock all the potentials we have in Sabah post-COVID and to truly unleash new business opportunities after having been locked down for nearly 2 years. I think I prefer to take this off. Yeah. COVID has taught us to look at things differently, to do things differently. The computer is our best friend now, and working from home is now normal for us. Many of us have pivoted to do online businesses, and Zoom meetings is the norm now. We are able to hold international conferences like this one with participants from so many countries. So what is the path ahead for Sabah post-COVID? We have quite a few ambassadors and high commissioners attending this international summit. Unfortunately, they are outside with the Chief Minister, but I hope this message will be conveyed to them, that we hope this summit will enlighten them on what Sabah has to offer, and that they will consider organizing trade missions to Sabah with regards to investment and business opportunities in Sabah. We have many distinguished personalities present here, and I'm sure whatever recommendation made from this summit will be to the benefit of the people of Sabah. And for those who are participating in Zoom, we would appreciate your comments too in our chat box. The timing for this session is 1 hour, 20 minutes. But as you can see, we are starting actually an hour late. So we have no choice but to cut down this session to just 1 hour. But we will still give the opportunity for each of our panelists to speak for 10 minutes. And if time permits, we will have a 10-minute discussion afterwards. So let us now listen to our 4 distinguished speakers this morning, and on how COVID has impacted Sabah's economy, the state government's plans to assist our businesses to recover, and how Sabah can build back better. In addition, what are the top priorities for Sabah to overcome this health and economic crisis? Our first notable speaker is none other than a prominent leader in Sabah, the Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Masidi Manjun, who is Sabah's State Minister of Local Government and Housing, and concurrently, Second Minister of Finance. He is the coordinating minister and state official spokesman on the COVID pandemic in the state. Datuk Sri Masidi served as Tourism, Culture and Environment Minister from 2007 to 2018. That means 11 years. And during this period, we saw unprecedented growth of the tourism industry in Sabah. Many gave credit to Datuk Sri for turning Sabah into a tourism powerhouse in the country. And as you remember, the international flights to KK increased from 29 to 90 per week during his term. And it was said to be the golden era of the tourism industry in Sabah. Congratulations, Datuk Sri. Datuk Sri Masidi is a lawyer by training and a barrister of Lincoln's Inn, London. He has extensive experience in both the public and private sector. He was a senior state civil servant when he left the government service in 1990 to join the private sector. He has served as executive director in a number of public listed companies and director in banks. As second finance minister, he oversees the performance of state GLCs. Recently, he has been appointed chairman of the newly set up SMJ Petroleum, a government-owned company to spearhead the development of oil and gas industry in Sabah. He led the state negotiating team in the series of negotiations with Petronas, culminating in the signing of the Commercial Collaboration Agreement, CCA, between the state of Sabah and Petronas just last month. So again, congratulations, Datuk Sri. And we are all eager to hear from you now. And may I invite you to present your paper. Thank you.
I should be here. Okay, I suppose. Thank you, Dr. Adeline, and all the esteemed panelists. It's going to be a very short paper, actually. In fact, I'm not even going to read from them. I'm just going to speak to you off the cuff on issues that I believe need to be highlighted here. Now, first and foremost, we are talking about the very concept of what is livelihoods. Obviously, before vaccination come in, you are talking about saving lives. Now, as you can see, during the initial period of the pandemic, the entire focus is on saving lives. The reason is simply because we didn't have the vaccines then. So we have no choice but to introduce a lot of rather strict rules. In fact, we have the MCO, the full-blown MCO initially, where people were actually were not allowed to work as usual. Only the most important sectors of the economy were allowed to function. But now we have the vaccines, and the vaccine have practically changed everything. I'm not going to comment on the people who here are disputing on the vaccines, but suffice to say that every day I receive the daily statistic of new cases. And I can tell you here that over 98% of those who perish or those who don't make it are either people who have not been vaccinated or they are vaccinated but have other underlying medical problems. The point I'm trying to say is that the vaccine do work. And whatever is your personal opinion, it does work. Yeah? So that change, the vaccine become a game changer for how we deal with the COVID. Of course, after nearly 2 years of COVID, many people have suffered tremendously. The economy suffers. A lot of people lost their job. In fact, a lot of companies have to shut down. Now, how do we go from here? Are we just going to shut our border and do nothing? Or are we going to do something in order to try to live with, revive, or rather to live the way that we used to live? Of course, taking into consideration that there are limitations now that we are living with COVID. First thing, I think we need to learn to live with COVID. COVID is just another virus. And I hope sooner or later it will disappear or they will stay with us, but it is becoming manageable. So the issue of going to zero, I believe, is not a practical proposition. I don't think there will ever be a time when we have zero COVID. But we hope that medical science would come up with something that will allow us to enjoy life as we used to, despite the fact that the virus will still be around us. That's one. Learning to live with COVID, yeah. Secondly, how about international health protocol? You know, as Dr. Adeline rightly said, and it was mentioned by the Chief Minister, one of our most important industry is the tourism industry. And the tourism industry is the most and the worst affected by the pandemic. practically from we are n- from we practically fell right at the bottom. Now, with vaccinations and the fact that we are now allowing domestic travel, perhaps the first thing that we need to do, the first industry that will be able to recover well to recover, not fully, but perhaps to a certain extent, recover to a certain extent is in the tourism industry. Now, tourism industry is very important because one, 95 to 98% of all those who are in the industry in Sabah are Sabahans. Sabahans somewhat don't mind to work at any level of work in the industry, in the tourism industry. They may shun the plantations, but they will readily want to work with the tourism industry. Secondly, the tourism industry is one of the biggest creator of jobs in Sabah. So it is important that we need to revive the industry. But with the current scenario, we have shut the international borders. What do we need to do? I think first, this is the best time for us to prepare for the next round of the tourism industry or the tourism's golden years in Sabah. Sooner or later, we will have to admit international travel. But what are we doing to prepare for that arrival? One, I think we should focus on the domestic industry. And how would you do that? Well, there were about 3 or 4 million visitors. I think that was the last figures at the height of the tourism industry. And 2.7 are actually Malaysians, domestic. 70% of all tourists to Sabah are domestic tourists. Now, perhaps tourism players should first focus on the domestic tourists. Now, I know a lot of us want China tourists, China tourists, China tourists. But I believe Malaysians too are big and good paymasters, good spenders. Remember when we first allowed hotel to be open for business after long hiatus? I went there, within days, it was 70% full. And who are the people who are patronizing? Sabahans. And now that we are allowing West Malaysians, they too are here in big numbers. So my advice to you, to all the tourism places, don't be too choosy. Yes, Chinese come in big numbers. But I still believe Malaysians are better spenders. I think this is the time for us. Sabah tourism need to spend some money to prepare for the future. Improve the infrastructure. And as the Chief Minister rightly pointed out, go for high-end tourists. Don't go for number. We can get all the number we want. We can be flooded with the tourists. But the issue is, how much are they going to spend in Sabah? How much each tourist is going to spend in Sabah? So I welcome Chinese tourists. Don't misunderstand me. We welcome Chinese tourists, but at the same time, I think it's a time for us to focus on the tourism, on the domestic tourists. Now, I have made some calculation. I believe if we concentrate, if we just have 30%, yeah, 30% of the local industry, yeah, the local tourists that come to Sabah, yeah, I have said that 2.7 million of our tourists are domestics. Assuming we get just 30% of them, I think that will amount to 810,000 domestic tourists, contributing 2 billion annually. And that is a big sum of money. That's one. So that's tourism. Secondly, I believe is that I think government needs to spend money. We have to pump money into the industry. That's how we revitalize the economy. Yes, we have to be careful with the pandemic, no doubt about it. But now we are talking about not only saving life, but livelihood of people. The first phase of the pandemic is about MCO, That was saving lives. We spend a lot of money, in fact, billions of money, hundreds of billions. Now is the time to revive the economy. We are now talking about saving the livelihood of people. As I've said earlier in my statement, people have lost their business, people have lost their jobs. It's now the time for us to restart again, recalibrate, and start doing business. Now, I understand that there are limitations. There would obviously be still limitation for the time being. But again, we need to learn with the limitations. I believe in the capacity of Malaysians, including SABAH'S, to be able to overcome the obstacle and still win at the end of the day. So the first point just now is about going into tourism. Go for domestic tourism. And I've made some basic calculation that we can get at least if we get 30% of the domestic tourists, we can probably get about 810,000 people per year, which can earn us 2 billion. Secondly, I think the government needs to pump money into the economy. Now, our problem is that I believe money is the problem at this point of time. I mean, being part of the government, perhaps it's not nice for me to say that the government doesn't have money, but I think it's an open secret that the government really have short of money after spending hundreds of billions in the pandemic. So we are in a catch-22 situation. But I believe whatever money that we have, I think that need to be pumped into the industry, into the community. We need to spend the money so that it can spur the growth of the industry. Thirdly, and still on the upgrading our skill, especially the youth. And I'm very happy to note that there is now an agency who have programs to upgrade the skill of our youth. You see, our problem is that we cannot force youth to work in a certain sector that they traditionally don't like, unfortunately. In that sector, we will continue to depend on the, foreign labor. But there are sectors that I believe our youth, our people can be trained, can be reskilled, and actually do well. Now, I'm talking about youth in business. You see, I think our problem is, again, attitude. We expect for a job, but I think we were not trained to create a job for ourselves. And that has always been a problem among, well, not only SABAH'S, the whole country. I think now is the time for us to reskill, retrain our people so that they can be a job creator, they can create their own business. And when they stop waiting for a job or to be employed from other people, i.e. they are employing themselves, I think we are on the right track. The pandemic gave us some time, a lull period, for us to think, rethink the direction that we should be going. And I believe the direction is very simple. I think we need to create among SABAH'S, to create small businessmen among SABAH'S who look at themselves as a creator of job, a creator of their own employment, rather than looking to be employed by companies or other people. Now, there are many people in the rural areas who have done it in a small way. I think the government needs to assist them. Where possible, we can give them seed money or give them seed money for youth entrepreneurships, or to help them in their marketing of their products. Now, I know agriculture is not something that is attractive, but I am from Ranau, looking at some foreigners who have done well in planting vegetables. I believe there's a big potential for food crops in Sabah. I think the most important thing for us is to look at and to start to farm it in a better way, using a lot of machines, so that it is not seen to be too dirty, excuse the form, excuse the word. Now, recently I was in my constituency to witness the handing over of coffee processor. My constituency are very hilly, so they have started coffee farming among the locals. And I realized that coffee planted in the highland can actually fetch a better price. You know, 1 kilo of washed coffee can be sold or retail between 22 ringgit to 30 ringgit. And the good news is everyone can do it. The youth, the ordinary kampung people. My point is that we need to look at new crops, new ways of farming that is considered as attractive, not only because of the retail price or the income that we are getting, but the way it is handled, it is not seen to be the normal farming sort of, what do you call this, vocations. So new ways of farming. And I'll just leave you with that 2 or 3 points, because we are running short of time. But if I may just conclude, for us to go forward, even living with pandemics, we will have to come to terms with the fact that we just need to live with it as if it is something that is one of us. Yeah? And secondly, there are a couple of points that I made just now that I think need to be really looked into. You know, we are in a situation whereby the industry is somewhat on the downturn. We need to set up, we need to go far. And I think the entire, if I can just use one word that I can use to restart the entire ball rolling, is, I think, change of attitude, not only among the players, but among the people of Sabah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Datuk Sri. I think you have nailed it on the head that we have to concentrate on domestic tourism, focus, and also help our young people in entrepreneurship, as well as look into fruit crops like coffee farming. Thank you so much, Datuk Sri. Now we go to our second speaker, who is Datuk Sam Manan. And he asked for 15 minutes, so I've given him 15 minutes, Datuk Sam. Datuk Sam Manan is the former Chief Conservator of Forests until 2018, and now is the Deputy Director of Yayasan Sabah and advisor to the Chief Minister. Datuk Sam graduated from the Canterbury University in Christchurch, New Zealand, with a second-class honours upper in Bachelor of Forestry Science. Datuk Sam Manan has been outstanding in his contribution to the preservation of our forests when he introduced the FMU, which is Forest Management Unit System, in 1997, and TPAS, Totally Protected Areas on Conservation, with WWF in 2006. The target is to reach 30% of our forests to be totally protected by 2025, the latest. He was invited by Prince Charles in 2011 to elaborate on SFM, which is Sustainable Forest Management in Sabah, and Prince William honored him and the Forestry Department at a dinner in 2017. Datuk Sam has promoted Sabah very well indeed, in many international conferences, such as the Climate Conference in Copenhagen and the Rio Plus 20 Conference in Brazil in 2012. Let us now listen to our second distinguished speaker, Datuk Sam Manan.
On, off? On? It's on. No? Okay. Thank you very much, Dato Adeline, very kind of you to say those things, and I appreciate it. Now we have 15 minutes, but what we gain in glamour, but we lose in terms of discipline. This hall is only half. I was told those that matter are at the back, but they don't seem to have money. So very hard to invest for the future of Sabah. Those who have money have disappeared. So this is an issue, but never mind, that's Sabah. Now, the Sabah Foundation, its exploits, reputation, and so on, we all know about it. The good, the bad, and the ugly. On the subjects that I'm supposed to be talking about, which is the pandemic and so forth, I'm not going to talk about that because I'm not an expert on it. I'll leave it to Dr. Masidi, who is the expert. Now, the foundation, for what we have heard for a good 50 years, they seldom reply back, and if they do indeed. But I shall reply for them. Ladies and gentlemen, the kayu balak attitude is struck with the public here and overseas, mostly in an adversarial manner, with the Sabah Foundation choosing to look the other way. What have we lost? We have lost sight and did not bother to change things earlier. But I hope it's not too late. Firstly, do you know the foundation was created in '66 for the purpose of socio-economic development, which means education for the masses, general health, welfare, making poverty a sin, protecting its natural resource in the manner that the US President said, for the greatest good and for the greatest number in the long run. But I wonder if we achieved that. Did we or did we not achieve that? Alas, we erred at times instead on the wrong side of pleasure and hedonism. Hedonism, with His Royal Highness Prince Andrew as our guru. Dance all night, people. We should have asked Bronson to build us a spaceship as we indulge in leisure rides to the stars. Ladies and gentlemen, in my rage before, from time to time, I did want to advise the government of the day to do a Taliban on the foundation. What is a Taliban on the foundation? It is easy. Cancel the old forestry license with proper reasons and start with a new one. So the government starts from zero with a clean slate. Maybe. But let us instead be fair and explore the issues such as, you make amends in the meantime? That's a question, that's not an answer. Should justice be tempered with mercy? This is compliments of my old friend, Tan Sri Pandakar Haji Mulia. He's not here? Well, someone tell him. Will annihilation solve the problems? Do you deserve to die or to live another day? The political dimension must also be looked at. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the following important outcomes to share with you, to give at least a semblance of balance and justice to the foundation. And before reacting, before you react to what I've said, hear this first. The Sabah Foundation has got one of the greatest green endowment in the world. It is now in safe hands. And what actually happened was the 1970 allocation of about 850,000 hectares of virgin rainforest, including Danam Valley. The orangutans, the tambadao, etc., they fought hard. They really fought hard, and they won. So we have the largest concentration of orangutans in the world, which I boast about. When I met His Royal Highness Prince Charles, I told him, we got the highest concentration. We may not have the numbers, but what we have is world class. I said the same thing to His Royal Highness Prince William, David Attenborough, and I spoke in Cairo, London, New York, Berlin, Bonn, Paris, Rio, all those places. I was not ashamed. Why would they want to see me anyway, if not for the animals? Now this thing called profits, everybody wants to know about profits. I will tell you how profits came and how it should have started long ago. One day I spoke to the Chief Minister of the time. I said, we are finished. He said, what do you mean we are finished? Yes, we are. In 10 years' time, I'll be begging in the streets, and yes, and Sabah will also be begging in the streets. So what's the solution? I gave him a very controversial solution. The old colonial licenses, NBT, Wallace Bay, and so on, were not part of Yayasan Sabah or Sabah Foundation. And I told the CM then, there is a way, you leave it to me. And he did. Poor CM, he had to follow, because it was a survival matter. I said, let them plant oil palm. After all, everything is devastated. You want money or you want life? You want survival? Follow me. It was, I think, a reasonable decision on his part. There was never any hint of political expediency. In the beginning, for various reasons, ladies and gentlemen, the Sabah Foundation oil palm plantations did not do well. I suppose at the time, many tried to promote themselves as developers, but we found most of them to be extraordinarily incompetent. The monkeys finally lost. But ladies and gentlemen, this was not a norm, but an exception. The random acts of madness had to go. And marriage must be the best of development and choosing people. And a word of warning here regarding our palm oil. There's been internal rife or criticisms against this to the point of boycotting the oil palm of Sabah. If this is not stopped, we'll be in trouble. We have many other ventures, good or bad. This is a mixture in terms of success. Petronas power plant, as mentioned today, is a winner. We just had a dividend of 30 million. I received that. I never put it in my pocket. Well, we have the restructuring of public companies, which has earned us something like 40, 50 million extra last year. And I told the officer who did it, if this was America, they will give you 5 million in front of everybody. But I can't do that. So, there are those issues of debt burdens, flying to Jupiter for contribution to the science on Earth. But don't forget, there are so many opportunities in the Sabah Foundation which will make Sabah great. It is carbon. Just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I got the word from our partners in UK that they will be giving us 100 million in 2 splits, about 50 million this year and 50 million next year. Ladies and gentlemen, Zeus, the Greek god, he's been looking at us with kindness. He let us live, okay? And we still have those green assets. Sabah Foundation is not for sale, it's no chicken feed. Now let me get straight to the point. Sabah Foundation's profit will be the biggest ever last year, 500 million. Anybody here with 500 million profit? There was no timber involved in that allocation. None. We have reached the finishing point, and we expect profits to go even further. Our estimated value is 5 billion. Yes, and it will increase to 10 billion, I reckon, in 5 years' time. There's something to talk about to your wife or husband. You will never allow your subsidiaries to tell you what to do. This time, we tell them what to do. I want that money. It's not yours, it's mine. Give it back. That's how we will work. Otherwise, you're a beggar. Now, education. This is what we are about. You know how many people have been trained? 100,000. Spending 506 million since 1966. That is something to be proud of. And how much loan have we given to people? 10,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, I started with wanting to Talibanize the Sabah Foundation, but now I won't do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. Well, I can see that you are a very animated speaker, and with your wealth of experience, you have captivated the audience. But unfortunately, those of us sitting here could not listen to a single word you said. It's really, the echo in this hall somehow has affected the front, and we could not listen. So for future, can the organizers please take note of this for future sessions, that I think the speaker will have to use the hands-free mic instead of speaking into the standing mic. Otherwise, the panelists here cannot listen. I know that you have received a lot of claps, and I know that it would have been a superb presentation. Well done, Dr. Sam. I hope you can give me a copy of your speech. At least I can moderate later on. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, now we come to the third speaker, who is Dr. Yes, you can take your place over there. The present Chief Conservator of Forests. We are very privileged, actually, to have 2 Chief Conservator of Forests present at this session. Dr. Frederick graduated from University of Britannia, Malaysia in 1987 and New Brunswick University, Canada in 1991. He has been with the Forestry Department since 1987 and has served in various portfolios covering forest policy and legislation, forest sectorial planning, international and corporate affairs, amongst others. Dr. Frederick was the project director for the now completed European Union Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation Plus project. He initiated and is involved in conservation projects such as the Heart of Borneo initiative, the Transformation Plan for Forest Plantation, TPP, and the upcoming UNDP GEF project, Biodiversity Conservation in Multiple Use forest landscapes in Sabah. Dr. Frederick Coogan also co-chairs the Sabah Jurisdictional Palm Oil Steering Committee that aims to bring all oil palm plantations, including the smallholders, towards RSPO certification by 2025. With his huge expertise like the previous two speakers, let us welcome Datuk Frederick Coogan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ratu Moderator, for the very kind introduction. I seem to be the youngest, but rather old-fashioned as well, because I rather use the rostrum. I think I need to do justice to my PowerPoint presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure, and honor to be here this morning. I think to be addressing this distinguished participants, of course, distinguished ambassadors. For the next 10 minutes, I will try to share with you on our perspective, approaches in reinventing the state forestry sector for impactful benefits to the society. But first, based on the question that put forth to me, quick COVID check on forestry sector, whereby COVID cases in Sabah is only about 0.54% of the state cases out of the 244. So forestry is the safest place to do business. And I think I would this is a green light for me to present to you what are the way forward. And thanks to that to YIB, Yang Marhum Datuk Sri, for the recognition in his opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by describing the state of our forests we inherited that shape our action today. I think we understand, others must understand, that the state, since independence, had relied heavily on the forest for the much needed revenue for the socio-economic development of the state, especially in the mid-80s. You heard numbers of 12 million, where forests contributed about more than 50% of the total state revenue. So such dependence, however, had brought about significant impact to the forest, particularly in terms of its productive capacity to produce timber. I'm not talking about biodiversity ecosystem, that's good, but then timber. So most of the commercial forests are now disturbed, locked over, but fortunately, the level of disturbance of the forests are reversible and can be restored. I can say that most of the efforts that the Forestry Department over the last 3 decades had focused on rectifying past mistakes and undertaking various forest restoration conservation initiatives, thanks to my predecessor as well, through partnership with like-minded parties, which had yielded positive results. So I think today, despite the exploitation in the past, about 65% of Sabah landmass of 4.8 million hectares is still forested. I think we can applaud ourselves for not only having successfully met the national commitment of maintaining 50% under forest cover, but more importantly, having 3.8 million hectares or 52% of the state forest legally protected as permanent forest reserve, parks, and wildlife conservation areas. So, in addition, the state government has also committed to continue placing more forests under totally protected areas, TPAs, to 2.2 million hectares, or 30% of the state landmass by 2025, of which 1.9 million hectares, or 26%, have been designated thus far, while the remaining, about 300,000 hectares, are to be identified and gazetted within the next 3 years. So this commitment and achievement has indeed placed Sabah as the leading state in forest conservation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by, as all of you know, that the inception and the statewide adoption of the concept of sustainable forest management in 1997 has indeed changed the forestry landscape in Sabah, particularly on the 3.5 million hectares of forest reserve. Forest management in Sabah since then is based on the concept of sustainable forest management that incorporates 3 pillars: economy, environment, and social. So it piloted in Dramakot as a model and is extended to all other commercial forest reserve now stands at about 1.65 million forests. So the concept brought about 38 long-term sustainable license holders with a tenureship of 50 to 100 years, FMU system with multi-tier level planning, and very crucial, the concept of multiple use, which has put as a requisite in the planning of the license area, departing from the sole focus on timber to include other compatible forest uses, such as conservation, industrial tree plantation, community forestry, ecotourism. So ladies and gentlemen, this is where balancing happens. So contrary to popular belief, I think the implementation of SFM throughout the years have yielded result in terms of securing private funding for forest management when no financing institution is prepared to finance forest management directly. So I think mainstreaming of conservation values, implementation of reduced impact logging, achievement of forest certification involving forest areas of about 820,000 under various certification schemes, illustrating, important, good forest governance and transparency. Forest restoration, covering an area of about 480,000 hectares, and the implementation of community forestry to resolve the fate of community living within or adjacent to any forest reserve who may be affected by forest management activities. I think, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to SFM, the Forestry Department had added and introduced the concept of no net loss as compensation mechanism for forest replacement policy, conducted statewide assessment and identified high conservation value forests for its protection, and also used as guidance in rationalization of future forest land use. Broaden the scope of TPA to include other effective conserve measures. Venture into efforts to develop, realize new sources of forest income, such as ecotourism, PS, and of late, RED plus carbon. Supported various initiatives in mainstreaming conservation in areas beyond protected areas, plantation landscape and built environment, and of course included sustainable livelihood program as crucial component of the community forest project in order to garner support and participation of local community in the conservation. So in a nutshell, besides having to refine and perfecting SFM implementation, the development of a forestry sector, including conservation as a whole, will be aligned, or vice versa, with the development of other sectors beyond its traditional forestry landscape, focusing on protecting remaining critical forest ecosystem, HCV, outside the protected areas, capitalizing on the conservation efforts, and invest in community development. There are many economies that depend on forests, and all these conservation efforts, from protecting, restoring, managing, and mainstreaming forest and biodiversity conservation values, are indeed to protect the greater interests of the state in sectors that are reliant on the forest, such as agriculture, tourism, renewable energy, water resources, and carbon climate change ventures. So further unlocking this potential and unleashing businesses in these sectors would definitely bring about greater benefits to the community and society as a whole. And more importantly, with the realization on the crucial role played by forests in all these sectors, would in turn bring about greater forest protection. So ladies and gentlemen, while acknowledging the importance of unlocking these potentials, I think the main priority, the main focus, as announced by our Right Honorable Chief Minister, is actually in tree planting, industrial tree planting. The objective is to rebuild the productive capacity of our forest reserve through scaling up high-yielding 400,000 hectares of industrial tree plantation development instead. This is only part of the 1.6 million hectares of forest license under long-term license holders. If you calculate it based on the land size, it's only about 5%. And hence, the main objective is that this will be the main source of future timber supply to sustain forest industries, and hence reducing the pressure on natural forests and contributing to bird forest conservation. So for information, to date, a total of 160,000 hectares have been established. The progress is rather slow, averaging about 6,000 hectares annually since inception of SFM in 1997. So the objective now is to fully develop the remaining 240,000 within the shortest time possible, so as to achieve the sustainable supply of 8 million cubic meter annually. This is important in order to realize sustainable supply of planted timber at a scale that would encourage more downstream, high value added investment and innovation. And all this with the expectation that it will contribute to the state GDP and an amount of 11.5 billion ringgit, increased by about tenfold compared to RM 1.7 billion currently by 2035. And not to mention, I think Right Honourable Chief Minister has also mentioned about employment, 40,000 upstream, 40,000 downstream. If all these plantation and associated industries are fully developed. And investments is high. It requires, as mentioned by Right Honourable, it's about 4 billion. And in addition to investment, which mainly comes from private funding, scaling up to industrial scale requires a quantum leap transformation from all sectors. And the transformation plan is on the way to provide the enabling environment to elevate the industrial tree plantation development under the SFMA or the state. So this includes, among others, having a robust and agile ITP strategy and action plan, standard setting, training as mentioned by Webby for all practitioners in the new ITP economic value chain, transparency in monitoring of progress, and foremost, ensuring that a stable socio-economic political environment for ITP investment. So in conclusion, I think I would like to inform here that all this will be encapsulated in an action plan and blueprint which will soon be announced for forest plantation development towards achieving sustainable planted timber production as outlined in Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan and Sabah Forest Policy 2018. Of course, the successful planning and implementation of the action plan will require existing players and new investments to increase the current planting capacity to scale up in developing forest plantation. I believe with strong commitments by all existing and new players in implementing the action plan, the timber industry will turn around as one of the main contributors for socio-economic development in the state. If you forgot what I have just said, Madam Datuk Chair, just remember my message is plant tree, scale up, and transform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frederick. We are really running behind time now because, as you can see from the watch, we only have 5 minutes left. But I hope that the organizers will let us have at least 10 more minutes to allow our final speaker to speak. Dr. Sri Wong Ken Tao is actually, let me introduce to you our fourth speaker, Datuk Sri Panglima Wong Ken Tao. He's a prominent entrepreneur in Sabah, and Datuk Sri is the chairman of the Malaysian International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MICCI Sabah branch, and the president of the Sabah Association of Institutions of Higher Learning. He is the former president of the Federation of Sabah Industries. Datuk Sri holds many important portfolios, and we'll mention the significant ones here. He is the chairman of the Asian Tourism International College, chairman of the Sabah Skills and Technology Center, honorary council of the Slovak Republic since 2006 to present, founder and organizing chairman of Sabah International Expo, Sabah representative to the National Labour Advisory Council of Malaysia, and Sabah representative on the National Private Higher Education Council, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Datuk Sri has an immense wealth of experience in the manufacturing, education, tourism, human resource, business, and investment sectors. So it will be a delight to listen to his presentation. Over to you, Datuk Sri.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I only have 10 minutes. I speak from here. Okay. I did not prepare any papers to be presented. I just want to share with you my experience, in the industry sector. Probably in the, today, probably in this forum or what you call seminar, I'm probably the only person who representing the private sector and also from the NGO. What I would like to share with you is that what is life and what is livelihood? What is livelihood when there is no life? And what is life when your livelihood is miserable? So probably this is to sum up what the pandemic has done to most of the business community and to all the people, not only in Sabah, Malaysia, and probably the whole world. So after 2 years experience in the pandemic, we have learned a lot of lessons. Lessons that we to teach us that we should not to be too complacent. Early on, my minister, Dr. Masdi, had mentioned that the tourism sector has dropped drastically as a result of the pandemic. We have learned anything could happen to this, to our business, to our livelihood, when we learn as a result of the experience that we have with this pandemic. This pandemic is going to stay with us, or rather, COVID is going to stay with us. So we have to accept it as part and parcel of our life, just like any other viruses and what have you. So we have learned how to adjust ourselves to this new environment. So I'm happy to see that the government have decided the no more lockdown. But lockdown completely is not a solution to livelihood. So, due to the lockdown, so many sectors, especially in the manufacturing sectors, which actually they are the one who manufacturing things, especially the food sector. So by shutting them down, is obviously we are talking about, not to the food sector, So after 2 years of experiencing the lockdown, especially the pandemic, I think we have learned, most of us learned the way how to survive, I'd like to say, congratulate all for our friends who are sitting here, especially from the private sectors, They survived the last 2 years. So give ourselves a clap that we are able to sitting together in this hall. So this is very important, the lesson that we have learned. So we should not rely everything on one particular source of income. So in this case, we should be talking about going back to the basic. Look for just not one type of skill. So over the past 2 years, a lot of our friends had learned many skills. A lot of people, or rather friends in the tourism sector, especially in the hotel line, they have changed, the skill. A lot of them become entrepreneurs, and some of them have gone back to agriculture, to basic planting foods and so on. So these are the things that we need to re-examine the kind of life that is going to happen to all of us in the future. You know. As I said, this is the maybe only 2 years pandemic. There may be more pandemic come along. Nobody knows. Maybe even a worse one. You know. So today, I'm happy that this, what you call summit, have awakened us. This today, we should be starting a new life, A new life, what do you mean by the new life, We have to find a new way of doing business. We have to find a new way of how to take care of our safety and our livelihood. So basically, I think this is what we should be telling our friends, our families. Be prepared. Be prepared for the worst. I believe that many things will happen. You can see many parts of the world. The world is changing. Everything's due to this pandemic. The way of doing business also have changed a lot. So we have learned the lesson. We should be able to adjust ourselves and face the consequences, what will come next, So this is what I feel that we should do. We cannot just rely entirely on the government funding, If the government is rich, it's okay, Now the government even have dig into our reserve, the EPF, So we learned that some of our members, our people, more than 50% of them not even have 1,000 ringgit in the EPF reserve, So what will happen if we are not careful? So I think it's time that we have to adjust our new style of living. So having said that, I think what we would do, I would suggest that we, especially when we're talking about new economic impetus, new economic activities that come along, the state must survive. We like to have investors. We must not forget that the domestic investor is equally more important than foreign direct investment. So as an industrialist, as a former manufacturing involvement of myself in the sector, it's high time that we should be talking about getting more domestic investment, not only just foreign direct investment. In fact, the Malaysian deposits in the bank, a lot of Malaysian are quite we have quite a good reserve, It's the only thing that the Malaysians are not investing for various reasons, which I believe that we need to look into it, especially with the government policy, and the federal government should think seriously how to attract our own people to invest more in the domestic sector, in our own industry and what have you. As you all know that the FDI is come and goes. When everything is cheap, they come here. When they make more money, they'll come here. So we have learned the hard way that this FDI is being sourced not only by Malaysian government, it's every country in the world is looking for FDI and so on. Are we that competitive with our neighboring country? Now, a lot of talk of getting our Indonesian capital moving to the Kalimantan. Is that the advantage to us? Indonesian have all the things, what we have, Indonesian have. And what we have, Indonesian also can do it. They even do cheaper. So we have to go back to the basic. What are the basic? Now, I have to say now. We have so many development plans, have master plans and so on and so forth. And after independence through Malaysia for 59 years, we are talking almost the same issue. flooding in the in our Penampang district, our water problem, our electricity issue. So all the basics, the cost of doing business. So if we can do something about that, let's start today, and with this new government, government, can we just resolve this basic issue? I'm sure if we can resolve that basic issue, the economic sector will pick up easily. So forget all about the master plan, the beautiful plans and whatnot. For that matter, we have all the potential. We are not only the land below the wind, we are the land with plenty of opportunities, the land of a lot of potentials. You name it, we have it. So what are we waiting for here? So let's get it, investors, for the foreign investor, please come. This is the right time for you to invest in Sabah now. I believe that this is a new chapter after pandemic. We should have a new way of doing business, a new way of looking at things. I think this is the time, for even for the investors to come along. So finally, I would like to also say that Sabahan should determine our own destiny. We cannot all the time listen to our Kuala Lumpur leaders. They are not leading us actually. I said it out of my own heart. I have been these sectors for so many donkey years. So I believe, just give me a few more minutes, 1 or 2 minutes. So it's the time that we should be charting our ways and our destiny and what is good for us. This is the time that we should show, the Sabahan should show the leadership, Not only economically, especially in many other sectors. Look at all our issue here. And I'd like to highlight a very important issue, which is the basics of everything, and that is education. Not because I come from education. You look all the country that have been doing very well is because they've been successful in education. Now we are talking about all the industry to attract foreigners to visit investment and so on. But look at our people, are they well trained to meet this kind of demand? We are not even in industrial 2.0. Now we are talking about 4.0. Look at our industry. I'm sure all our people at the back there, surely they agree with me. So if we attract the industry 4.0 come in, then our people, are they ready or not? This is something that I think we go back to the basic, as I said. Let's go back to the basic. Look at our infrastructure. Our road was terrible. Our flooding, so many years, we're still flooding. So much money been spent on repairing roads and flooding and also bridges and so on. So our school was horrible in a way. So I'm not trying to scare away the investors. But let's pull ourselves together. Start now. We do something. If we want to attract the foreigners to come, I'm sure the foreigners, if they're going to visit invest today, I'm sure by the end of this 5 years plan, Sabah Maju Jaya, I'm sure if everybody work together, the government sectors, the private sectors, and you and me, everybody work together, I'm sure we in the right direction. So this is what we should be looking forward. So my parting words to a few of the sectors, I'd like to our friends, our political friends, those politicians, I hope that you, starting from today, please show your leadership. Leadership to lead the young people. I believe that the young people are the people that we should be having hope for. Today, they know with the latest amendment to the law, you'll be expecting a lot of young people by the age of 18, they can vote. And I can tell you that there's more than 40,000 of people, especially I'm talking about Sabah side, there are about 40,000 of students reaching the age of 18 and graduating from SPM every year. So you can imagine what is the future. So definitely the young people are the people we should help, and the young people we should lead. Definitely, in that way. You know. So people like us, we are old, and it's no point of talking about leadership anymore. We're leading the young people to where? To the graveyard. To the graveyard. I don't think that is the right thing to do. So now it's high time we should train our young people and make sure that our young people on the right track. Please, the politician, you know, when we name you as YB, the two meanings in the YB, you know. One, of course, is young Berhormat. The other one is young Bodoh, you know. So very, very careful. We hope that the politician should lead the way and make sure that, I'm going to finish off now. Thank you very much for that. Just to say, in fact, I have a lot more things to say. I will work for the NGO and I will work for the government civil servant, but I think I will say it later maybe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sri, for rounding up. As you know that we are far behind time now, so there's absolutely no opportunity for question and answer, although I would very much love to hear what you have to say. But I have now only, I think, about 5 minutes to sum up, so if you can please allow me. From this session, I noted that, you know, we have listened to our 4 distinguished panel speakers talking sometimes out of frustration, but sometimes out of hope as well. So let us finish with the summit by saying, let me say, what can we do to help jumpstart the economy? I think that basically that is the question topmost in our minds. And how can the government help to assist the private sector in jumpstarting the economy? So there's always usually a gap between what the industry needs and what the government can provide. Therefore, IDS Sabah is reaching out to the business community and industry by collaborating with SEAC, Sabah Economic Advisory Council, to bridge this gap between the industry and the government. And I'm pleased to recognize our SEAC Chairman, Tan Sri David Chu, here with us, and also SEAC member, Datuk John Low, who will actually be presenting his paper later. Thank you for coming. So we have actually formed 6 roundtables between SEAC and IDS on pertinent socio-economic issues, and will recommend policies to the state government to narrow this gap between the industry and the government. Okay, finally, to sum up, what Datuk Sri Wong says is very true, that we are now facing a new era, so be prepared for the worst, but be ready to achieve the best. Frustration? But frustration comes hope. To bounce back with a new vigor, with new economic activities, with new things to do, and I'm say that the best is yet to come. Thank you all very much. Thank you to our distinguished speakers, and thank you for staying on. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Adeline Leong, our moderator for the first session, and thank you also to our speakers, the Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Masidi Manjun, Datuk Sam Manan, Datuk Frederick Coogan, Datuk Sri Panglima Wong Ken Tao.
Let's give a big hand to our speakers.
Let's give a big hand to our speakers and moderator. And we would like to invite you to maybe step to the front of the stage for a simple photography session before leaving the stage. One for the album. And to our delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see that you are still here and engaging with our speakers and moderator in the sessions. And I also have my partner back here, Ben. So good to see you.
I'm back. Had to excuse myself for official duties just now, and that has concluded. And here I am back in the hall together with Amy Dangin. It's a pleasure to see each and every one of you. I'll also like to inform that there are empty chairs at the front. If you do want that front row seat, please go ahead and help yourself with it, because official ceremonies it's over, and we will continue with our sessions today.
And you're very allowed and welcome and encouraged, actually, to come up and fill up the seats in front.
I'm very enticed to do like a little waking up workout later after lunch, because I heard the food at SICC is quite nice. So I hope that, I'm not telling you how much to eat, but in case you overindulge, we might have to do a little bit of workout. So anyways, I don't want to scare anybody.
We have so many photographers here, so you might not want to doze off in the middle of a session.
Yes,
your
indeed.
photo might just be captured.
Indeed. Well, Amy, it seems like we have another session here. I do see something on the stage right there. What is that, Amy?
Yes, before that, we are going to have a special address, actually.
Okay.
A special address by Professor David Lim, a Sabahan who is Emeritus Professor at Griffith University, where he was Professor of Economics and Pro-Vice Chancellor. And unfortunately, he can't join us physically, but he will be joining us virtually via Zoom. So his special address will be delivered via Zoom. And later on, we will get to know what that special item that's just been placed in front of the stage later on after his special address.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor David Lim.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead and you can begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and hello to everybody in KK. The title of my talk is basically a very, very broad one, the future of education trends in the 21st century. So I think I'll begin by saying that the word educate simply comes from Latin, meaning to lead out. And in the context of this conference, then my talk is to lead our young minds to think about the central issues of the 21st century. And I might add, to have them think analytically from first principles and to use this to examine issues without fear or favor. Now, what are the central issues of the 21st century? According to UNESCO, in its International Commission on the Futures of Education, in the report published in 2019, it includes the following. One, widening social and economic inequality. And I think this increasing inequality is actually seen, let's say, in the US, the UK, Australia, the USSR, Malaysia, and even in China. The second issue is biodiversity loss. And I think you don't have to be a David Attenborough, whose name was mentioned earlier in one of the talks, to know that we're losing this in a very rapid rate. The third issue is disruptive technological automation. This refers to basically the impact of artificial intelligence and automation on the creation of what the ILO calls decent employment. And another one is climate change. You don't have to be Donald Trump to know it's happening right before our eyes. Now, to this list, I would like to add two other items. One is the appearances of pandemics, which explains why I'm giving this talk back in Brisbane and not in my lovely hometown, KK. The other issue is basically information explosion. This is basically the phenomenon where the young of today have all the information they need at the fingertips in their iPhone. Now, this is a very long list of complex and interrelated issues. And what is interesting today is basically that information technology brings these issues instantly with dramatic pictures of, say, rising sea levels in the Pacific Island nations, a conspicuous consumption of the rich, whether it is in Malaysia or Australia or elsewhere, and the havoc created by COVID-19 and the variants of it. Now, the solutions are less clear-cut compared to what happened back in the old days, and many are not possible without international cooperation. And this produces a sense of hopelessness felt instantly around the world. Now, this is not to say that there aren't big issues, or there weren't big issues in the 20th century. There was the US versus USSR, democracy versus communism, leading to things like the Korean and Vietnam Wars, Cuban crisis, and the space age. There was a threat of nuclear war, and of course, in those days, the degrading poverty in many poor countries. So these were big issues, but it is a shorter list, and there's certainly less immediacy from reporting by radio, newspapers, and TV compared to today's 24-hour news cycle, internet, and smartphone. Now, in this context, what is the purpose of education? In the simpler world of the 20th century, I think it is firstly to develop and support citizenship for the nation state, and secondly, to produce compliance and conformity to do well in society and to hold on jobs. In today's more complex century, we have to include the 21st century issues I talked about earlier. We also require a new approach to teaching and learning, and this must appeal to Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Now, in terms of contents, according to strategic educational thinkers in UNESCO's panel and other great thinkers on education in the States and elsewhere, the curriculum we have today that deal with the central issues must include, alongside obviously literacy and numeracy, four things. One is creativity, two is critical thinking, thirdly, communication skills, and lastly, collaboration. Now, creativity, well, the more complex the world becomes, the more creative we need to be. We need to treat information in new ways, make connections where none existed before, and find innovative solutions to very complex issues. Critical thinking, well, we should always question the basis of arguments, especially in the face of fake news. In this respect, there's still hope for us oldies, because in the 60s television program by Professor Julius Summer Miller, he entitled it, "Why Is It So?" We don't have to accept things always why this is the case. And certainly the dean in my faculty back in 1963, when he first talked to us, he simply said, "The chair you're sitting on, what do you think it would look like if your knees were bent the other way?" Now, communication, we need to find solutions to complex problems, require adventurous minds and sharing these views with other people. And in terms of collaboration, it's pretty obvious, really, that today the problems are very complex. And to find solutions, we really need to work with others. For instance, in scientific research, research grants normally go to those teams which come from different disciplines within the country and also across country. Now, in terms of delivery, we know that the students of today, your kids and your grandkids, think and learn very differently. There are so-called digital natives who can quickly find answers to everything they're interested in by looking at the iPhone and palm of the hand. So they would ask questions like, why turn up in school to hear some boring teacher using a whiteboard, PowerPoint, or smartboard when you can learn more easily and with more fun by watching YouTube presentations by the best teachers in the world using the best teaching aids. Now, if we don't appeal to the young people today, then there are consequences. One would be that those with broader interests become bored and lose their way. They never learn to develop their interests and talents. They are in school, but not engaged. So let's come to the crux of the matter. What would a teacher have to be in the 21st century? If I were teaching today in school or in university, I think I need to be a guide and a mentor. I need to be a facilitator and a motivator. I don't have to provide simply information, because that would be quite boring, and why should they listen to me when they get it on the iPhone? And I think very importantly, I am not going to be an all-knowing sage who actually broaches no arguments or dissent. Now, after having said all that, I think we should come down to certain fundamental requirements of education, regardless of the centuries we're in, and regardless of the central issues of the century. One is that we must avoid credentialism. This is a situation where formal qualifications are preferred to competence and experience for employment. Two, we must avoid overspending on education at each level of it, whether it's primary, secondary, and tertiary, and that means basically doing some calculations to ensure that the social rates of return to education are equal to the private ones. If this private rate higher than the social one, it simply means the private sector is spending more money on education than is required by society. And thirdly, and I think one that is often missed in the discussion, is we must not neglect vocational and professional education in favor of academic education. Since time is running short, I'll skip through the next few things and come to conclusion. So to conclude then, education plays a very important role in society, whatever century we're in. But the nature of this role obviously changes with time. The more complex times we are in, the more creative and out of the box this role becomes. And the teacher plays a central role. And last Monday night, the day when Sidney Poitier, the great American actor, died, I saw him in a film called To Serve With Love, where he played an out-of-character, out-of-work engineer teaching in a very difficult school in the East End of London. Eventually, he got an engineering job in Birmingham, I think, but turned it down because he found it more fulfilling to be able to change the lives of underprivileged kids. A sentimental story, but nonetheless makes the point well, as to films such as Dead Boy Society, Finding Forrester with Sean Connery, Good Will Hunting with Matt Damon, and Stand and Deliver with Edward Beaumont. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Lim, for that presentation, and a very important topic as well, education.
Yes,
right?
indeed. All right, well, we will continue with our next agenda, very short one, ladies and gentlemen.
As
Amy?
we mentioned, the stand-up item in the center of our stage, Professor David Lim wrote a book, Out on a Limb, Travels of a Wandering Economist. And we would like to invite President of KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific, Tan Sri Michael Yeo, to say a few words about this book and subsequently launch the book. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri, please.
Excellencies, Tan Sri, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and a delight to be able to launch this book, a very timely book by Professor David Lim, entitled Out on a Limb. Why I think it's an honor for me to do so? Because Professor David Lim was my economics lecturer 45 years ago in Monash University. I'm not sure whether David even remembers me because he had taught thousands of students over the years. But I remember that as his student in Monash, Professor David Lim's lectures on economic development inspired my interest in development economics and has actually led to my long 30-year career in think tanks in policy making, focusing on inclusive and sustainable developments and in promoting the sustainable development goals. If I can just give a very short narrative of Professor David Lim. David Lim's journey began in KOTA, KINABALU in 1943 during the Japanese period. And David went on to study in England and studied under pioneers of development economics at university, and his career as an economist took off. He studied at the University of Sussex University, and he has been inspired by dedicated teachers to become an academic. His postings have taken him from Kuala Lumpur to Melbourne, Brisbane, and Hong Kong. As a wandering economist, his adventurous journey was characterized by decisions made on a whim and serendipity often taking the lead. The path less traveled was made less hazardous by hard work, the kindness of people, and good luck. David Lim, a Sabahan, is Emeritus Professor of Griffith University, where he was Professor of Economics and Pro Vice Chancellor. Before that, he was at Sussex University, the University of Malaysia, and Monash University, where I was his student. He has also acted as a consultant for the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and various United Nations agencies, as well as the governments of Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, and Mauritius. I believe that Professor David Lim is a foremost development economist from Sabah. His work in development economics from an Asian perspective is very apt and timely today. Prof. David Lim helped to set up the Technological and Higher Education Institute of the Vocational Training Council of Hong Kong, which offers professional and vocational degree programs, and he went on to become its founding Vice Chancellor and President. He has published extensively on the Malaysian economy and development economics, and more recently on educational issues in developing economies. Many of Professor David Lim's contemporaries in the University of Malaysia's FEA, the Faculty of Economics and Administration, and in the Persatuan Ekonomi Malaysia, or the Malaysian Economic Association, are also very old friends of mine. People like Dr. Tillinathan, Dr. Fong Chan-on, Tan Sri Dr. Lin Si-yen, Dr. Lim Lin Lien. They all speak very highly of Professor David Lim as a scholar, educator, and a development economist. It is therefore my great honor to launch this book of Professor David Lim entitled Out on a Limb. I think it's a great book. I recommend every one of you to try to take a look and buy a copy of this book. And so now together with Tan Sri Majikan, we will unveil the book officially. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan Sri Michael Yaw, and we will now officially invite Tan Sri Michael and Tan Sri Majid Khan to unveil the book to symbolize the launching of Out on a Limb, Travels of a Wandering Economist, a book written by Professor David Lim. The book can be purchased at the speaker's registration counter located at level 2 of this building, yeah?
I'd like to thank Tan Sri Michael and also Tan Sri Majid. Thank you very much for the unveiling of the book just now. Thank you very much.
And congratulations, Professor David Lim, on your newly launched book.
Let's give a big hand to Professor David Lim. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we hungry? Lapar sudahkah?
I know I am.
The time now is 1:05. We will need to return into the hall at 2 p.m. I would need a signal from the banquet department of SICC. Lunch is served, yeah? I hope that lunch is served. We are informed that lunch is served just next door.
And we just got the signal from Yusuf of SICC that
All is
lunch
good.
is ready.
Please exit the hall and just make a U-turn to the right. Lunch is now served. Please be back in the hall by 2 p.m. See you then.
Selamat menjamu selera.
Bon appétit. Datuk John Low, and that will be followed by the next session to be moderated by Datuk Dr. Jesse Tang. I'd like to call upon Datuk John Low to stand by, and we will begin our session momentarily. Thank you very much.
Second part of the day here at the Sibes 2022 is going to start very, very soon, as announced by my partner, Ben, just now. And we are going to open the 2 o'clock session with a special address to be delivered by a special person. And the title of this special address will be Beyond the Road to Recovery, the Outlook on Future of Sabah's Economy. Sounds very important. And we would also just like to say hello again to our virtual audience.
Yes, indeed, Amy. We have also, in addition to our delegates joining us physically right here at SICC, we would like to say hello, selamat tengah hari, and a very good afternoon to our delegates joining us via Zoom and also live on Facebook. Thank you so much. We do have an afternoon prepared just for you. We hope to end by 5 o'clock so that we have enough time to freshen up and attend our welcoming dinner, which I hope you will not miss.
Yes, we hope to see everyone here right now to also attend the dinner later on. And we are going to introduce our next guest who is going to be delivering this special address. Datuk John Law is an economics graduate with honors from the Loughborough, I hope I pronounced that right, Loughborough University of Technology, England. He has worked in various financial institutions in Malaysia and Singapore for more than 20 years, with last appointment as CEO of Sabah Bank, which belonged to the state government. And Datuk Law has sat in the boards of several statutory bodies, GLCs, oil palm companies, hotels, manufacturing. He is a member of Sabah Economic Advisory Council and Invest Sabah Berhad. Datuk John Law, you can now take over the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, Datuk John Low.
Sabah, can you hear me? Is it on? Is the mic on? On? Okay. Sabah is always very lucky there are a lot of states, there are a lot of countries have a lot of problems. For Sabah, we have only one type of problem, and that is economics. We are the most harmonious state in the whole of Malaysia. We don't talk about religion. We don't talk about race. Now we have a bit of economic problems, which I hope they will show it on the screen now. Okay. There are two major types of problems, economic problems, that Sabah has. And no doubt, Datu Siri, Saikulak are very familiar with them. We are possibly the richest state in resources. We used to be number 2 in Malaysia. Now, if you look at it, we are the worst in poverty, highest unemployment, and so on and so forth. Now, this is the situation that we are faced with now. And next one, I think every Sabahan will know. We have some problems with the federal government in as far as funding is concerned for as long as I can remember. I will talk about this a little bit more later. But please take note that this is a very serious problem. Now, when SEAC was formed in the early 2020, we were brainstorming on this, and we came up with these solutions. We have recommended to the Chief Minister to, number one, reset the mindset in politics, especially politicians, in economics and administration. Number two, very importantly, we have recommended to the Chief Minister to introduce investor-friendly policies. And number three, I think this is going to be a very tough job for Sabah, is to reset inequitable federal-state relationship. So what I'm going to talk about today is, will give you some background details on the speech by our Chief Minister. Now, as you know, the Chief Minister, Azizi, started off his 100 days with his speech, his press release, that he will introduce a number of things to unite Sabah. So his vision under the Sabah Maju Jaya, or SMJ, is emphasis on unity, inclusiveness, transparency, policies based on best practices. This, please take note, this is very important. And these are the things that we saw as being essential to preconditions to resetting the Sabah's economy, so that we, in turn, can achieve long-term economic growth. Now, the first thing our Chief Minister announced, that he is Chief Minister for all Sabah, irrespective of race or religion. This basically unite all Sabahans, and all Sabahans will be looked after, irrespective of race or religion. Now, later on, when passed, remember this, no disrespect to PAS as a political party, when they're trying to introduce a certain bill in Parliament, Datu Azizi rejected it outright. In addition to that, he reached out to all opposition elected representatives with budget allocation for all constituencies. The initial sum was 2 million a year. I think there is a prospect because he has early on announced that the revenue for Sabah has reached a record high of more than 5 billion. Who knows? The next budget you may see 3 or 4 million for each constituency. Then the next one is even more critical for the resetting of Sabah's economy. And that is, he encouraged all YBs to become economic leaders in their own constituency. Now, here are some of the names that I have put up, 4 or 5 of them, and I am also very pleased to tell you that I have learned from IDS that Datu Salesai Kruak's area, Kudablut, all the YBs have come together and they have already compiled their economic plans for their own constituencies. Now, politicians are for politics. They may not necessarily be good for policy matters to solve economic problems. Now, I must tell you this, I'm very happy to see that key appointments of our political, in other words, non-politicians, eminent SABAH'S have come forward to serve Sabah. I'd like to, first of all, introduce my chairman, Tan Sri David Chu, who is a chairman for SEAC. Now, the next one is very important. Tan Sri David Wong, the recently retired Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak. He is from Sandakan, and he and a few others like Dr. Brendan So, Roger Chin, I don't know whether he is with us. Some other prominent lawyers are serving Sabah now. They are all willing to serve Sabah for free. Datu Sri Lim Wah Kwang, I do not know how many of you know him. He is, by the way, the executive chairman of Shell in China, not in Malaysia, but in China. Has given tremendous help to help Sabah to negotiate with Petronas, and hence we have the collaborative commercial agreement which was signed recently. And more importantly is the Sabah Gas Master Plan. These two have tremendous significance for Sabah. Of course, you have heard of Datu Sam Manan just now. He is now the Deputy Director of Yayasan Sabah. Tan Sri Andrew Liu, Tan Sri T.C. Goh, Datu Ismail Abdullah, Datu Adeline Leong is with us today. Thank you, Datu Adeline. And of course, we have Datu Pingkiran Hassanal and Datu Vincent Pung, who will talk a bit later. They are now heading the Sabah Development Bank and realigning the priorities of Sabah Development Bank. And last but not least, my dear friend, Professor Datu Kasim, who has put in a lot of thoughts on the economics of Sabah in as far as the theories are concerned. So this is very important. Now, this is the only state in Sabah that has introduced this innovative, investor-friendly policies to spur economic development. Now, as we all know, in the old days, it is all personalized. If I don't like your face, you are out. Now, we are going to, and the CM has accepted this, that a lot of the economic decisions will be based on policies with input from the eminent SABAH'S. Now, we have come to the conclusion, and that is item number 2. We are of the opinion that investor-friendly policies, whether it is FDI or domestic, can attract genuine investors, expedite, expand our economy, and create more jobs. Towards this end, ISB has been formed, that is Invest Sabah. ISB has a booth outside. Now, what is the result of this adoption of investor-friendly policy? I think the figure speaks for itself. The Chief Minister has recently announced that Sabah, the investment coming into Sabah, has now reached, actually, sorry, there is 4.8 billion and not 4.4 billion, which our Chief Minister just now has announced. And we have jumped from the bottom to the 3rd position among states in Malaysia in terms of attracting investors. On further investment and further projects, something like 25 billions are being negotiated. And I will deal with this a bit later. Bearing in mind of the introduction of the investors-friendly policies, we expect and we have received quite a lot of inquiries and interest from interested parties from around Asia in particular. More FDI is expected in 2022 and beyond, something like 25 billion. Now, this is the harder part, because all these are within the control of Sabah. What is difficult about resetting of federal-Sabah relationship? This is something that we are going to work very hard on it. This is why people like Tan Sri David Wong, it will be very useful. Tan Sri Lim Wah Kwang is going to be tremendously important about this. But the ball has started to roll, and Sabah has achieved an impressive record of resetting federal relationship. Remember MA 63, for which Sabah has been fighting for I do not know how long. That is done. Collaborative commercial agreement with Petronas, it's done. Now, the next one, which I mentioned before, launching of the Sabah Gas Master Plan by Sabah government and Petronas. And, by the way, Petronas is committed to construct an LNG plant in Sogit, and that is done. Now, many of you would remember a few years ago. Thank you. Many of you will remember a few years ago when I talked about this I get hot under my collar. Our gas was pumped to Bintulu. And SABAH'S have to cook with gas in the cylinder. I think with this master plan, they were going to spur a lot of investment coming to Sabah, and especially in the field of gas-related industrialization and power generation. Now, number two, now work in progress. You remember I talked about just now about the inequitable relationship Sabah has with the federal government. Remember, please, SABAH'S, this is work in progress and there's a lot of hard work. So we must stand united as SABAH'S, irrespective of political affiliations. We must stand united on these issues. We are fighting for equitable share of revenue. It used to be 40%. Now it turned, for many years now, it turned into a miserable grant of 5 billion when the federal budget is 300 over billion. And then, of course, there is a budget allocation, equitable share of federal expenditures. Let me expand on this expenditure thing. You know, Selangor state always had a smaller, much smaller budget than Sabah. Last year, or for this coming year, Selangor had 2.22 billion for their budget. Sabah has 4.407. Now, you would have thought, that because our budget is bigger, Sabah should be more developed than Selangor. Not true, because federal government spends billions and billions and billions in the Klang Valley. And Selangor is a main beneficiary. Now, if we compare what federal government has spent in Selangor and the Klang Valley and in Sabah, ours would be like this. They will be like that. And this is something that I think now that we have achieved MA 63, we should really fight for this. The other one is, how many of you know what is the allocation for the 12th Malaysia plan for Sabah in relation to other states? I think it would be very interesting for our politicians to find out. By the way, SEAC and IDS are looking into all these issues. I better move on. Now, with all these things that have taken place or will take place, I am very happy to see that there is the new sense of confidence coming back to Sabah. Azizi's innovative policy of inclusiveness, open political style by inviting even the oppositions to work with him and invite them to be the economic leaders of their own constituencies. This, I think, will bring us a better future. There will be already, in fact, there is already a greater inflow of investment in 2021. As I have said before, much more investment is expected in 2022, and that is this year. The question now is, what are SABAH'S going to do with all this investment coming? Are we going to sit down and watch the world go by? Or many of you, I hope, especially the young people, will get involved in this investment. Now, the significance of imminent, the key word is a political. SABAH'S have come to serve. Now, if we look at foreign investors, even our domestic investors, now, what did they look at? They look at professionalism in the way we formulate our policies and in the way we implement the policies. This is critical for our economic future. Now, if the foreign investors come and look at, hey, you got Tan Sri David Chu, we got Tan Sri David Wong, and got Datu Sri Lim Wak Kwang, and a good team of lawyers, and businessmen who can advise the government. This is a totally new ball game for Sabah, and I hope that all Sabahans will support the idea that it is good to have different inputs from independent independent-minded individuals to advise the government. I'm not running down the politicians, but this is a fact of life. In all advanced countries, they are top professionals, they are top businessmen, they are top, technical people to advise the government. You remember the first thing Tun Mahathir did was invite the 5 eminent Malaysians to advise him when he became the Prime Minister for the second time. The other one that I'd like to bring to your attention is simply this. Not only foreign investors are coming, young Sabahans working overseas are coming back. And this is important because many of your parents, they are lucky to have you in Sabah, but a lot of us, people my age, most of the children are overseas. So with the way that the Sabah economy is now moving, we hope to attract many of them back. I've given you 2 examples, but there are quite a lot of them are already on the way back. Now, our Chief Minister has spoken at length about ITP, and so has our Chief Conservator of Forest, Dr. Fred Coogan. Now, I don't have much to add, except that this is going to be the new goal for Sabah. Green goal, sustainable goal. The ITP will help Sabah to conserve the forest, the natural forest, and at the same time, Sabah can derive sizable revenue from ITP without touching on the natural forest. That's number 1. Number 2, I don't know where is Tan Sri Majid. Now, we already have local investors in ITP. Raman, are you here, Raman? Anyway, they are already investors there. Norman Wong is one of them. We are going ahead with a very ambitious plan to go on a planting program that will first phase achieve 400,000 hectares of ITP with a very ambitious downstream industrialization, including even up down to chemicals derivative from wood. Of course, all these, the other things, Our Chief Minister has already said it, and Dr. Fred Coogan has reinforced his view, so I will not spend time on it. Suffice it to say that this is going to be a major economic sector for Sabah. Now, I'd like to touch on and supplement what the Chief Minister has said just now about investment. Now, the policy on investment is very simple. We want to create new industries up the value chain, like ITP, and coconut and many other things, up the value chain. When I say up the value chain, that includes tourism. You remember the Chief Minister mentioned about high-value, high-end tourism product. It's about time we look for rich, well-to-do tourists. There are a lot of jobs that are available, and more jobs will be created. As I said, ITP itself will have 80,000 jobs. Now, with the signing of the commercial agreement and the Sabah Natural Gas Master Plan, there will be tremendous amount of investment opportunities, both for domestic as well as for the FDI. SOGIT will be the center of action for the gas project. Mining. This is going to be a new, exciting area. I think it is no public secret that Sabah mineral has been left unexplored for too long. I think it's about time we must look into this. Now, if you can see the few red minerals, gold, bauxite, nickel, they are fetching very, very good prices in the international market. And by the way, I think I should also include copper. Now, to look after to look after our mineral resources, we have formed Sabah Mineral Management Sdn Bhd. I've been told to hurry up. Tourism, plenty. Tanjung Aru eco development is ongoing. There is a huge project of more than $1 billion in Pulau Mangalum, and watch Gaya development, and that is coming. That is going to transform the whole Kota Kinabalu as the best, the most attractive living city in ASEAN. We are looking into green diesel and hydrogen. Infrastructure, as the Chief Minister said, we need plenty. A solar panel, which the Chief Minister has announced. Palm oil downstream and silicon. Agriculture, rice, high-value tropical fruit, especially durian. How many of you know that there are more than 10,000 acres of durian already planted in Sabah? Now, China is the obvious market. Now, we would like to welcome more investment partners for mutual benefits, because at the SEAC level, we are very conscious that any investment must have benefits for SABAH'S. Okay? We have political stability, racial harmony, religious harmony. We have made impressive progress in resetting the economy, but a lot more work to be done. The Next point that we are looking at is how do we deepen our economic relationship with China. China is the one country that we should all look forward to working with. And I hope many of you will cultivate your business relationship with China on your own. And if you have any problems or if you need assistance, please let us know. Tan Sri David and I had a very good meeting with the Consul General, Mr. Liang, who subsequently paid a courtesy call on the Chief Minister. So there is a very broad consensus that we will work together to deepen this relationship. Now, SECP, which Tan Sri Majid has mentioned in his welcoming address. Please look into it. Now, I can assure you on behalf of Sabah Economic Advisory Council, we are working hard to introduce more investor-friendly policies and opportunities in 2022. Okay, in summary, the foundation is more or less laid, but we have to expect that a lot of this will take some years. So a lot of it will be economic in progress. Sabah robust growth in the next few years. 2021 is 3.5%. I think it's one of the top among the states. The most important thing is, as I have said, we need unity among Sabahans, whether you are in the opposition or in the government. The one thing we need to understand is that fighting, like the Chinese say, fighting will not bring food to us. We need to unite. We need to show that we are united in order to achieve economic progress. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I say thank you to you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dato John Law, for that special address on Sabah's economic opportunities and investments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with session number 2, and the session's title is Putting the Wind Back in Sabah's Sail, Reviving Opportunities, Investments and Jobs. There are several questions that we need answers. One of them is, what can be realistically done to bring foreign direct investment back into Sabah? By the way, I received some information, and this announcement goes out to our investors who are visiting Sabah. If you are from Semenanjung, Malaysia, or from Sarawak, or from any of our ambassadors, embassies that are with us today, I wish to inform that they are trade representatives from the state government who will be able to meet with you on level 2 at the Ambassadors Lounge. Once again, to any trade investors who wish to directly speak with someone with the state government, you may meet them at level 2 at the Ambassadors Lounge. There's a special office right there throughout this event at SICC.
And to moderate our second session, Putting the Wind Back in Sabah's Sail, Reviving Opportunities, Investment and Jobs, we would like to invite Dato Dr. Jessie Tang, founder and CEO of East West One Group, or in short, EWOG, who ventured into the agricultural industry in Sabah, Malaysia in the early 2000s. Prior to Dr. Jessie Tang's venture into this industry, she graduated from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India, with a degree in medicine and has served in the government service for 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our next moderator, Dr. Jessie Tang. And we will let Dr. Jessie introduce our next lineup of respectable speakers.
Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to everyone. It's a great honor to welcome you to Session 2, Putting the Wind Back in Sabah's Sail, Reviving Opportunities, Investments and Jobs. An appreciation to everyone attending our session this afternoon, and also congratulations to the state government and KSI for putting up a very impressive conference today with about 750 participants. Yeah. Our sessions today brings together stakeholders and personnel that are involved in Sabah's future growth and development. The purpose of our session is also to discuss the future of Sabah's economy and our state's position in the new normal. It is of utmost importance to highlight the key challenges we face today due to the pandemic. As such, our distinguished panel of speakers are going to share their ideas, thoughts, and experiences on our goal to build back a better environment for our economy. And questions that we will address today are, what can be realistically done to bring in foreign direct investments back into Sabah? Are there new investment opportunities beyond the main three sectors that are agriculture, industry, and tourism? What are the new growth drivers for Sabah? With tourism as one of the main sectors in Sabah, what are the issues and challenges to revive tourism? Besides the pandemic, what are the other challenges in Sabah? For example, underinvestment of undocumented foreign migrants and red tapes as well. And what are the efforts to overcome these challenges? And finally, what are the opportunities and risks for Sabah with the relocation of the Indonesian capital from Jakarta to Kalimantan? So I would like to welcome our panel of speakers. They are the Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Dr. Saleh Said Kerouac, who is the ex-Chief Minister, ex-Federal Minister, State Assemblyman of Usukan, and Chairman of Khazanah Group Sabah. Our next speaker will be Datuk Jema Khan. He is the Chairman of Jawala Inc., listed in Singapore, and he is involved in the forest industry and also the furniture manufacturing industry. Our next speaker will be Datuk Vincent Pong Yi Kiong, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Development Bank. Finally, we have Madam Norida Othman, Chief Executive Officer, Sabah Tourism Board, who has been involved in the tourism industry for 30 years. Mr. Abra A. Anwar, Managing Director and CEO of Standard Chartered Malaysia and Chairman of British Malaysian Chamber of Commerce. A warm welcome to our speakers. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the floor to the Honorable Datuk Sri Panglima Dr. Saleh Said Kerouac our first speaker for the session. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum, a very good afternoon, and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of the summit and to allow me to share my thoughts on this subject. Delegates of the summit, ladies and gentlemen, we meet today in a very challenging environment. The world has experienced unprecedented challenges that have directly affected our lives in all aspects. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic have affected the FDI's flows. Foreign direct investment in Malaysia recorded net flow RM 14.6 billion in 2020, down 54.8% from RM 32.4 billion in 2019. And this is the lowest since 2009. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, Sabah was often referred to as a very rich state. In 1984, as an example, based on a study by University Malaysia SABAH'S Professor Dr. Rafiq Idris, household income in Sabah and Labuan was higher than many other states in Malaysia. But that is not the case now. According to the World Bank 2020, a country is considered a high-income country if its per capita income exceeds US 12,696 or Malaysian 53,000 to 55,000 at current currency exchange. Where does Sabah stand at the moment? Based on the data 2019, and according to the current population and per capita income, the state needs to increase its GDP by more than 100% to more than 200 RM billion. Sabah in general receive federal allocation for state development expenditure at only amount about less than 6 billion yearly. Investment should be the new growth driver for Sabah. For many years, Sabah did not receive huge amount of investment, domestic or foreign. Over the past 40 years, based on the reported figure of the total approved investment by MIDA in Sabah, in most years, total investment was less than 1 billion, where certain states like Selangor and Penang receive over 1 billion a year without fail most of the years. However, you must bear in mind, total approved projects does not necessarily mean realized investment. You must take that into mind. Figure, it doesn't mean that the money is on the ground. Actually, what we have to calculate is the realized investment in each state. In this context, I want to emphasize that we should think seriously of attracting investment from other countries in West Malaysia. Expanding downstreaming activities in the manufacturing sector, serious effort to attract relocation of factories and manufacturing plants from West Malaysia and other countries. If we can do this, I believe the gap can be reduced significantly. Ladies and gentlemen, in regard to the present environment, two salient questions are of concern. Number one, what can realistically be done to reinvigorate and attract foreign direct investment back in Sabah? Number two, are there new investment opportunities beyond the three main sectors of agriculture, industry, and tourism? To answer the first question, several immediate actions and medium-term measures can be undertaken. These include, firstly, investment approval period must be reduced and the process must be simplified. There is a serious need to facilitate investment, to look at present weaknesses and further improve the existing work process. For example, application processing and processing time that has to undergo certain stages, such as the EIA or DEIA for certain types of investment, land conversion, red tapes within government agency or local authority perhaps can be shortened. By this only, the process can be expedited. On this matter, I did raise the matter in the State Assembly of Sabah, and I'm happy that Yang Amat Ketua Menteri is looking into it. At times, we have to be firm enough and fast in making decisions to reap the benefits of investment, such as job creation in the economy. I still remember when I was the Chief Minister of Sabah for 2 years in 1990s. At that time, my government launched several initiatives to stimulate rapid development and investment. For example, we approved investment projects like Sutra Haba and some other projects, realizing impact of such investment could bring, despite receiving some discouraging comments at the beginning. But now we can see how this had created impact to the economy by creating jobs among others. Occasionally, top leadership must intervene to provide special approval to expedite investment approval. We need to act fast. We need to be careful, surely. We have to be fast, and we must make sure that the approval can be given within a certain period of time. Secondly, cost of doing business, investment, administrative or other costs needs to be brought down significantly. For example, we must reduce the cost of rental, leasing for land, etc. in industrial park for investment, as it is also one of the means that could attract investors. How can we compete if the land is more expensive and electricity tariff is more expensive vis-a-vis neighboring states or countries? Thirdly, investment promotion can be undertaken more aggressively via state investment mission and utilize the high commission embassy offices that the country have abroad. Fourthly, the country may consider to relax on labor-related regulations or policy, as well as relaxing regulation or policy involving immigrations, investment priority areas, and high net worth individuals. Fifthly, the state could introduce incentive for factory relocation, especially from Peninsular Malaysia, besides enhancing basic infrastructure and enablers in the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also important to note that there are always new investment opportunities beyond the three sectors, which are agriculture, industry, and tourism. To be realistic at this point of time, tourism may take some time before things back to normal. But investment for high-end tourism market or luxury market can be considered. We must look into quality tourists, no more quantity tourists, no more mass tourists. What we must look into tourists who wants to come to Sabah to enjoy the beautiful of Sabah, and certainly they can contribute to the society in Sabah. Meantime, let us focus investment that is more practical to be materialized. For example, investment involving infrastructure development that may solve basic problem that we have in Sabah, water and logistics, for example. Investment involving housing projects, such as affordable housing, investment involving streaming in the oil and gas industry or other natural resources, investment involving smart city in strategic location, border town in Serudong, water privatization, and many other potential areas as mentioned in the Sabah Maju Jaya 5-year development plan. The relocation of Indonesia capital city to East Kalimantan, the fact that there might be a road link project to connect them with North Kalimantan, and the plan to have border town in Serudong have the potential to bring huge impact, at least in the long run, to Sabah's economy. If things are being done correctly, and this need is investment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we need to realize that there are also other challenges that require serious attention from our side that could have an indirect effect on investment potentiality. Dr. JC, as mentioned just now, our infrastructure related matters that are being addressed by the government now, underinvestment, many potential areas of investment that actually need financing. Undocumented migrants, we can see that today, it is being handled. Certain raw production has been committed for supply for certain downstreaming activities somewhere else, example, palm oil, investment process and red tapes that I have discussed earlier. To be able to always offer better vis-a-vis neighboring country, states, and the fact that they are improving over time, we have to always remember an investor may apply for investment not only in one place, but several places or countries. The place that can offer fast with attractive offer, incentive may win in the competitions. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, there are several ways how project and investment for certain strategic initiative can be carried out. For example, it can be done through collaboration between public and private sector under partnership. It can be undertaken via an idea that I have highlighted in Dewan Undangan Negeri, what I call a Sabah Incorporated, where it represents a new way of approaching the task of state development. Both the public and private sectors adopt the idea that the nation is a corporate or business entity, jointly owned by both sectors and working together in pursuit of a common mission of the nation. In addition, certain projects can be realized through big foreign investment via build, operate and transfer, or BOT, mechanism where the big player build and operate the projects and is able to link a long business chain from domestic and international to international market. This can make investment more sustainable and avoiding white elephants. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, if there is one message I want to leave with the investment community, it is that there should be no doubt that the state welcomes foreign and domestic investors. As the chairman of Khazanah Sabah Berhad, one of the investment arms of the state government of Sabah, we are open to collaborate with any parties who are interested to invest in Sabah in whatever area you want to look into. We think that it is very important for us to be open about it. And we at Khazanah, we are very proactive organization. We act fast. I remember when I was the chief minister of Sabah, my motto was, at that time was, cekap, cepat, cermat. We must be efficient, we must be careful, but we must act fast. Time is not with us. So it's very important for us as an investment of the country to be open about it, and we welcome if any Malaysian investor or foreign investor wants to work with us to look at all the opportunities available in Sabah. At the same time, the state government and players from all sectors in the economy should be responsive and adapted to the dynamic of the ever-changing challenges by providing a conducive environment for our investors. Let us, the private sector and the government, work hand in hand to turn things around for the state, for the benefit of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Honorable Dato Sri Panglima, Dr. Saleh Said Karawak, for all the important points that you highlighted. And I really like this. I think this is cepat, cekap, and cermat. Thank you. So I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Dato Gemma Khan. The floor is yours, Dato Gemma.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gemma Khan, and I'm here to talk to you about industrial tree plantation in Sabah. The first slide here is a basic rundown on the current status and how our land is being used. Around 2 million hectares is a totally protected forest area, as our Conservative Forest has mentioned earlier. Around 1 million hectares are under natural forest management. 1.5 million hectares are under palm oil. 600,000 hectares are supposed to be for industrial tree plantation, of which really we are only left to talk about another 240,000 hectares that the government has planned to plant in the coming decade. I think we need to focus on those 240,000 hectares because that is really going to be important to ensure that we are able to derive income from the areas that we plant intensively so that we will be able to protect the areas that are supposed to be protected, and so that this may continue in the long run. I think the Sabah forestry has got a very long history. I think our first conservator was a British man. I can't remember the name, but he came around in 1921. So our Sabah forestry has a very long history in looking after the forest in Sabah. And as an outsider looking in towards them, I can say that they've done an excellent job, and I would consider them to be the best state forestry of any state in Malaysia. I think it's good that we work together with them. They have a lot of local knowledge, and this is what we require to ensure that we are able to continue to support the timber industry, which has also been around for a very, very long time in Sabah. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, the industry has not been doing very well. If you can see from the slide, you will realize that half of our capacity have already been shut down, and we are basically got half of our mills running up, and even then, the capacity is probably around 3.5 million cubic meters of logs a year. In 2019, they only received 1.5 million. So we're struggling with raw material. So we really need to plan to support the industry. So if the plan of the Sabah forestry is eventually to have around 6 million cubic meters of logs in the next 10 years or so, then it's great, the industry will be fine. But at the moment, we are in serious trouble. If Boris Johnson said in COP26 that to show the problem with the environment and climate change is a minute to midnight, well, unfortunately for the current industry in Sabah, it's a second to midnight. This is our last chance. We really must plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are doing it. Why are we doing it? Because we have a plant in Sabah called Laran. And this plant is a native species. We basically get the seeds from our own mother trees in our own area. We are confident that we will be able to harvest around 200 cubic meters of timber within 8 years. That's 200 cubic meters. I think that is a very efficient plant, and it's already, this species is being used in the current industry for plywood and even for some sort of timber purposes. Obviously, when you have an indigenous species, you are less likely to have other issues with disease and so forth coming up, and your plant will be suitable. And let's make it very simple. If industrial tree plantation can't work in the tropics, where else can it work? We have the land, we have the water, we have the soil. It is perfect. And for us, it's basically to maximize that and to make sure that we are able to get that 200 cubic meters per hectare within a period of 8 years. Bear in mind too, that with our species of Laran, 1 cubic meter that we grow actually takes out 0.8 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. 1 cubic meter takes out 0.8 tons. So I think we're doing something good for the environment too, when we grow this species in the right environment, which is where we are. And at the same time, this will be supportive of the industry as a whole. Next slide, please. So ladies and gentlemen, as you see from this slide, these trees are basically between 2 to 3 years old. They're growing very well. We can look at the numbers and we are very, very confident to achieve 200 cubic meters of logs within 8 years is very much achievable. Now, the question is, of course, the financial side. What's the economics look like? What's the cost of planting? In our experience, these are determined by two major things. One is scale, and the next is yield. You need to have a scale large enough, and you need to have that 200 cubic meter yield, as I have mentioned earlier, to make it work. If you plant 100, the direct cost, okay, let me give you an idea. The direct cost of planting a hectare of this timber will be around 10,000 ringgit per hectare to maturity. If you happen to run a timber company, you probably run around 5 million in overhead a year. So fine, you run 5 million overhead, you plant 100 hectares. What's that? 100 hectares, okay, another million. So it's 6 million, and I do 100 hectares to completion. That works out to 60,000 per hectare. Doesn't work. I can tell you that you will lose your pants. You plant 1,000 hectares. Your overhead is still 5 million, but you come in 15 million. But in 8 years, your cost per hectare ends up at 15,000. Now that is workable. However, you must make sure that your yield is 200. At 15,000, 200 cubic meter yield per hectare gives you a cost of log per cubic meter of 75 ringgit, which is very good if you can do it. If you end up having 100 cubic meters only, then obviously your cost doubles to 150, and it becomes more challenging. So that's the basic, economics of this business. We want to do it on scale, and make sure you get the yield per hectare. If you don't, you will not succeed. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I talk very strongly about industrial tree plantation. What's it all about? Sometimes I feel like I'm Elon Musk talking to the auto industry of the world, telling them to do it this way, when they've been doing it their own way for a bloody long time, and now they may not see a reason to change. But in our case, in the timber industry, the need to change is apparent. The need to change is urgent. But more than anything else, I would like to say that I love the business we are in, because we are looking not just at the financial bottom line, not just at the shareholders, but there are other stakeholders, the community around us, the industry that needs this raw material to survive going forward, the government to ensure that revenue keeps coming in. So, and not forgetting, of course, the environment. We are most likely net carbon negative in this industry. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure that we are. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me. And I really hope that the government does what it says it's going to do. If it does, then I would be very, very happy. We will be looking at the sunrise industry for timber. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Datuk Jema, for a good introduction to the forest management and timber industry and the economics of this business. and how important it is for our environment. The next speaker I would like to call upon is Datuk Vincent Pung Yi Kiong, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Sabah Development Bank. Welcome, Datuk Vincent.
Slides. Thank you, Session Chair, Dr. JC. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to start my sharing with an observation. Asia. As most of you in this room would know that STB Bank has also an exposure with Asia. And definitely we are very concerned when Bursa did not grant Asia time from PN 17. But my take is on this. We are now just emerging from a very abnormal period of over 24 months. The whole world economy has taken a serious beating, and confidence level in all sectors, apart from the food industry and supermarket, are way down. And we will need a lot of actions and directions from the government and authorities to make the right noises and to do the right thing. Now, the world is deciding to live with COVID, and we hope to see some return to normal very soon. It will take time, sacrifices, and a cool, calm thinking mind to map out the necessary strategies to get out of this cauldron. This brings me back to my opening remarks. The vital transportation industry in the lights of Asia. I strongly feel that the government should step in to provide some assurance to the already stressed industry and to all sectors. The time is appropriate for the government to think as Malaysia Incorporated. And likewise, we in Sabah must also think as Sabah Incorporated. Sabah Development Bank, like all financial institutions, are faced with stress loans due to this pandemic. But we cannot react with the same template like ordinary times and applying normal process and procedure at this abnormal and trying circumstances. Indeed, we have been going through all our loans with a fine-tooth comb to seek for sparks that would reignite the sustainability. We are ring-fencing our portfolio, not prioritizing under normal NPL classification and enforcing guidelines, but by the potentials of recovery. We are willing to hold back, reschedule, and restructure, if necessary, to ensure each business revival. Lately, I've also observed increasing interest coming on my table, proposal to revive white knights coming in, stagnated projects in our bank. And I'm optimistic this is going to be an upward trend. When we talk about unlocking Sabah potential and unleashing of its business opportunities, our Chief Minister has just mentioned Sabah is a top 6 contributing state to the country's economy in 2020, over 6%. The state debt burden ratios in 2020 remains in a very healthy level. of only 3.8%. This gives an indication there are still rooms for creations of wealth by the state via debt financing. Sabah, being a resource-rich state, has all the necessary ingredients to unleash its full potential. The three backbone industry of our state, the oil and gas, agriculture, the tourism sectors are all, in my mind, are at infant stages and still have a lot of room to grow and mature. Definitely we need more towns that can be created to be more tourist-friendly bus stops and cleaner toilets. We have not yet explored the full potentials of our sustainable forest plantations, our minerals, as Datuk John Low has mentioned, and our carbon assets. We are still backward in our supporting infrastructure, such as expertise, logistics, power stability, and the interconnectability of our internet. But being late, to me, is also a huge blessing. We can take pages of notes from the China leapfrogging experiences, not suffocated by legacies, old technologies, damaged environments and mindsets, but adapting and reinventing and riding on the best practices and technology. We will be able to ride on new technologies and guidelines when developing our infrastructure. Take, for example, power generation by coal is already a dirty word and is getting extremely difficult to finance. In recent years, there have been a shift in expectation towards green and sustainable development amidst the global community. Sabah, in this respect, is in a better position to adopt and capitalize the proven green sustainable technology to unlock its potentials, thus avoiding the steepest part of the learning curve. From a banker point of view, I feel that Sabah should also go for international credit rating. An international rating will further enhance the state credibility as greater transparency and disclosures accorded by the rating will allow investors to gauge Sabah's credit more accurately. It will open up more funding revenues, especially from foreign funding sources. Sabah Bank is already positioned to help drive the change. Our Chief Minister, my Minister, himself have been monitoring and encouraging our repositioning. We are positioned to be more development-centric, financing high-impact projects, especially in infrastructure, affordable housing, agro-business, tourism, with an underlying green and sustainable theme. We have also started collaboration with SME Bank and M-Bank to channel much needed financial resources to Sabah under SME Guaranteed Scheme. We have already formulated our new slogan, our bank slogan. No, it's not that everybody can borrow. That's not our slogan. Our new tagline is empowering progress. That is our Sabah Development Bank new tagline, empowering progress. We are departing from the financing-centric to the enabling-centric role, expanding our role in venture capital, project rehabilitation, corporate advisory, loan syndications, financial intermediary. SDB Bank is poised to actively help our state to kickstart recovery and to unlock and grow the resources of our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato' Vincent Pong Ye Kiong, on your overview of the business environment in Sabah that's affected by COVID, and what can the government do to help, and also steps that can be taken towards recovery, and highlighting Sabah Development Bank's repositioning to be development-centric, empowering progress. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Abrar A. Anwar, Managing Director and CEO of Standard Chartered Malaysia, Chairman, British Malaysia Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Mr. Abrar.
Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon, honorable guests, distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for inviting me over here today. In fact, at Standard Chartered, we are pleased to be part of this event, which is very timely, and we are really privileged to be participating here. First of all, from the morning we have heard from the Honorable Chief Minister as well, that Sabah is open for business. And we are so delighted to be here because we have been here in Sabah, Standard Chartered, for more than a century. Being the country's first bank operating for 146 years, we have been operating in Sabah for more than a century. Basically, the idea is to strive for sustainable, diversified, and inclusive growth. Sustainability is very critical. Looking at Sabah, and also I just heard from Dr. Vincent that green finance, environmentally sensitive and responsible investment is the way forward. So I think leapfrogging into that arena is a great opportunity for Sabah. Diversified, inclusive, and sustainable. Basically, the growth will be driven by investments, both domestic and international. And I'll be speaking from the perspective of a financial institution that serves domestic investors in Malaysia as well as international investors coming into Malaysia. So from a practitioner's perspective, what do we see the potential in Sabah and how we can garner investments to achieve the aspiration and the vision of Sabah. To get investments here, it has to be both equity and debt, mezzanine, all sorts of way the financings are done, but it needs some synchronized activities. If I look at Malaysia as a whole, it's the 23rd largest trading nation in the world, and is a manufacturing hub for E&E and high-tech manufacturing. Yearly trading is around 450 billion US dollars per annum. And of course, the strength of Malaysia is driven by the individual strength of states like Sabah. Some fundamental potential that we see in Sabah are, if you look at such a beautiful state, such a scenic place, such opportunities in tourism, ecotourism, that we see that are really getting so important. Resources. Look at the resources, land mass, water, forestry, oil and gas, everything is there. And manufacturing and industrial potential. As we heard in the morning, it's second largest population in Malaysia, second largest size in Malaysia. So there is immense potential. But to harness the potential of Sabah, it has to be with investments coming in domestically or internationally to spur the momentum in this area. So I'll just specifically focus on a few areas that needs some immediate attention and maybe action. First and foremost, which Datuk Vincent also mentioned from our same industry, rating. State government rating is a very, very important strategy that the state can take. An international rating provides transparency, and also it works like an advisory for the government to ensure that it is remaining well disclosed to the domestic and international community. State within the country, it will be a sub-sovereign. For example, if Malaysia rating is a sovereign rating, then Sabah state would be a sub-sovereign. What does it do? It helps sub-sovereign to go to the international market to raise financing from the capital markets. There's abundance of capital in the world, but it's how we channel that. And with that sub-sovereign, the corporates in Sabah can also raise money, taking away from the sub-sovereign's rating. So that really helps in pricing loans, bonds, capital market instruments. If I give an example of a sub-sovereign, Sarawak state, which has a similar credit profile like Sabah, just taking the lead in this front. And they have been rated by two rating agencies, basically Standard & Poor and Fitch. And they've got Malaysia Sovereign's rating. Malaysia Sovereign is A- by Standard & Poor and BBB by Fitch. So there has been numerous opportunities that is opening up for that state. And there are examples in other countries as well. The states within the country gets rated. From an FDI and domestic investment perspective, if you look at 2020, Sabah has done pretty well. I would say pretty well. First, out of 164 billion ringgit investment, Selangor got 39, Sabah got 21, and it is inclusive of FDI and domestic as well. Sarawak 19, Kuala Lumpur 17, Penang 16, and Johor 11. If we talk about top 6 constituting 63% of the investment. However, FDI was higher in other states than Sabah. Basically, there had been a domestic investment. So, tremendous glass half full. There are tremendous opportunities to attract investments over here. So, what we hear today, I think the vision is well delineated. There are areas of opportunities that is really in front of us for this state. Second, ease of doing business and policies. Malaysia ranks 12th in the world as ease of doing business. So ease of doing business, we have heard some great initiatives of passing or giving approvals quickly, fast-tracking various approval that is required to start something here will be welcoming, but it actually requires multiple things that eventually provides a bit of a comfort to the investors. So this is one area that definitely would need to be looked at. Third, in the infrastructure and logistics, which was mentioned by our previous panelists as well, investment would come if there is an environment that supports the whole manufacturing or any other business that is required to support a progression. But that requires investment. But there are many ways. I think Datuk Sri mentioned, the first speaker mentioned that there can be BOT, private-public partnership. There can be various ways to raise financing. So that is the job that we do day in, day out to support our clients and customers to raise capital to support the needed or needed areas where capital is required. So we have been involved actually in recent investments of SK, advising them to come to Sabah, as well as also highlighting some Sabah government's papers to the international investors. So it's a privilege that how we saw that the demand for Sabah state is there. It's just about synchronizing the efforts and going out and raising capital in the key sectors of this state. So in terms of this pandemic, of course we have seen the tourism industry has been impacted, but definitely there is tremendous opportunity in the tourism industry. We hear new 5-star hotels are coming. It will all depend on when the border opens, and I'm sure we will hear from Sabah Tourism Board CEO shortly, what is the plan to revive the tourism industry, because it plays a major part in the GDP of Sabah. I think I'm running out of time, but once again, I would like to share on behalf of myself and our bank that we work closely with Sabah Development Bank, and we will be looking forward to working with more and more participants in the country or outside the country to showcase Sabah's potential, and hopefully there will be opportunities there that we can contribute along with all of you. Thank you very much for having us, and wishing all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abrar, for highlighting some very important points. Striving for sustainable, diversified, and inclusive role. And in order to harness the power, the potential of Sabah, investments, both local and foreign, are so crucial. And also touch a few points on ease of doing business in Sabah. Our next speaker I would like to call upon is Madam Norida Othman, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board. The floor is yours, Madam Norida.
Thank you, Dr. Jesse, for the kind introduction. Your Excellencies, Tan Sri Tran Sri, Dato, esteemed guests, as well as our panel of speakers. A very good afternoon. I hope you are still very much awake. We know you've had a good lunch and have listened to very esteemed guests and speakers here, especially Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Panglima, as well as my colleagues here for today up on stage. Earlier on, when we started the morning, we had great speeches from Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Majid Khan himself, who is the co-organizer, and then that was followed by a great speech from our Right Honorable Chief Minister. And as I was listening to both esteemed gentlemen, great speeches, and I thought my job is done. Why? Because they both had lots of great words about what Sabah is all about in terms of tourism or as a destination. And also, the Right Honorable spoke in length about his aspiration in why tourism is part of his Sabah Maju Jaya plans. And that has greatly put us in a very high placing in the state when tourism is also considered as one of his aspiration in order for Sabah to move forward and to gain our position economically as well as in our social standing. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has changed our lives. You and I know. We have had to adapt, adopt, and change our normal ways. especially more so in the travel industry. It has brought travel and tourism to a fast stop, an abrupt halt to 22 months ago, putting millions of jobs at risk globally, not just Sabah, not just Malaysia, not just Southeast Asia, but globally. And in Malaysia, 23.6% of employed persons are engaged in the tourism industry. And the industry contributed to about 15.9% to Malaysia's GDP in 2019. The pandemic has greatly disrupted travel demand, and the road to recovery will definitely require an agile approach. If you see the graph here, in the past, the strength of tourism has been constantly tested. And as Dr. Jesse has kindly said, I have been in the tourism industry for almost 3 decades. That just shows how young I am among all of you here. So I have gone through all the years, all the whiles when tourism has constantly been tested in Sabah, with a number of very important factors threatening our tourism growth. But from what you can see here, the growth, from economic instability, aviation incidents, security concerns, series of kidnappings, natural disasters, and yet the travel industry in Sabah managed to maneuver every hurdle. Today, we are confronted with an unprecedented crisis the world has never experienced before, which has caused our Sabah visitor arrivals to plummet to minus 76.6%, to less than 1 million in 2020. However, like in any crisis, this can be an opportunity for the tourism industry to become more sustainable. Before the pandemic, Sabah enjoyed an annual average growth rate of 6.8% of its visitors' arrivals, and at least 10.5% of annual growth rate for tourism receipts. The peak of tourism industry was recorded in 2019, when we received more than 4.2 million visitor arrivals, which contributed to an estimated of 9.0 billion tourism receipts. China and South Korea, both markets contributed about 68% to the international arrivals visitors to Sabah. Dr. Sri Panglima early on said that we should not just look at mass tourism, but actually look at higher quality tourism. In 2019, the number of Chinese visitors to Sabah alone reached almost 600,000. From Korea alone, we almost reached 400,000. Sabah was the destination for Koreans. If you see here, earlier on it was mentioned by Tan Sri himself, Tan Sri Majid, that Sabah is strategically located. You can see here on the map the distances that is required to reach Kota Kinabalu itself. I think for those of you who have traveled from far, know that we're only 2.5 hours away from the national capital, less than 2.5 hours away from Singapore, less than 3 hours from Bangkok, about 2 hours 45 minutes from Hong Kong, an hour and 45 minutes from Manila. We're about 4.5 hours away from Korea and the major cities of China. So we are very strategically located. And soon when Jakarta, or rather when the Indonesian capital moves to Kalimantan, we will be more important, as Borneo is the 3rd largest island in the world. It is recognized for its biodiversity. It is also recognized as the place with lots and lots of sustainable and conservation efforts in the world. So air connectivity is crucial to Sabah, as more than 90% of our visitor arrivals before the pandemic comes through air. Route development has always been one of our ministry's important agenda. Sabah is strategically located within the region, whereby it can easily be connected with many cities within 5 hours radius, especially cities from the North Asian countries. And before the pandemic, KKIA, or Kota Kinabalu International Airport, was the busiest airport after Kuala Lumpur International Airport. We had more than 20 international destinations, 236 international flight frequencies, direct international flight into Sabah alone, more than 40,000 seats per week. And of course, these air routes, or more than these, almost 100 flights, direct international flights, came into Kota Kinabalu International Airport from the Chinese cities, and about 50 flights were from Korea itself. However, with pandemic, all the international flight services were suspended due to the pandemic. You can see here the development of the air connectivity into Sabah since 2014. Tourism is a major driver of the economic activities, as you all know, and it is also a labor-intensive that drives employment. This pandemic has made it clear that tourism rebound will certainly require a different approach, whereby businesses as usual is no longer an option. Distinguished guests, change of consumer behavior and demand. It is important to understand the demographic trend of the tourism industry, which will be predominantly composed of millennials as well as Generation Z. These segments are digital natives who tend to rely on digital as well as innovative services, especially mobile services, and that's in your hand, your mobile. Younger travelers segment is more resilient compared to other segments, especially the older segment. Probably I'm included in that already. Travelers also tend to opt for staycation, as you all can see. In Sabah or in Malaysia, when we were allowed to travel across states, there were a lot of staycations. Even if you live within the city, you also took the opportunity to stay in the hotels just to be out of the house. Second growth drivers is the innovation and technology. So much has been said about infrastructure in Sabah, which of course you all, I'm sure, will agree that much has to be done for infrastructure. Tourism is one of the first sectors to digitalize businesses, processes on global scale, bringing flight and hotel booking online to become a digital pioneer. And in the past, if you wanted to book flights, it takes a lot of manual procedures. But today, you can actually book your ticket and purchase your ticket through your mobile phone. Digitalization stimulates value chain creation enhanced by digital technologies and infrastructure. Thirdly is sustainability and inclusion. I think we have heard a lot about sustainable practices. We in the travel industry also vouch for sustainable travel practices. So sustainability is the guiding principle of tourism development. Consumers are increasingly aware and demanding sustainable services, responsible travel, and the need for fresh air, and especially in the rural area. As you know, Sabah has embarked on promoting rural tourism. One of the objectives of promoting rural tourism is basically to generate income for the local community who are living outside the cities. And this, we hope, will create a positive impact on local communities, especially on their socio-economy. Tourism is a significant force of economic growth and development. The pandemic has hit us very hard, interrupting operations, inducing low consumer demand, and causing additional costs to the tourism players. The millennials and Generation Z are shaping the travel industry soon and demand tourism innovation. Digital readiness among the tourism stakeholders or industry, such as digital infrastructure and platform, as well as soft skills in digital, are crucial for us. Tourism rebound will also require a well-connected destination. Sabah needs to rebuild our air connectivity, which will subsequently benefit the entire aviation chain as well as provide benefits to the local economies. Our challenges. If you can see here, the COVID definitely posed the biggest challenge for us today. And it has hit all our businesses, and we hope that by reopening our borders very soon, we will be able to kickstart tourism and assist the economy to rebound and restart. Digital readiness for tourism stakeholders, industry infrastructure, and digital platforms, as well as soft skills. We at Sabah Tourism Board have continuously continued our conversation with all our local as well as our international partners and stakeholders. And we will not stop, and we will be waiting for the borders to reopen. There are many opportunities, as you can see. I will go very quickly because I am running out of time. There are many coastal tourism development where investors can invest along our coastal areas. We have the master plans that have been drafted. The northern west coast also, we have the master plan for Kota Merudu, Kudat. All these areas will benefit the local community when investment enters. As mentioned earlier on by the Right Honorable, there's a huge investment going into the areas of Lokawi, which is only about half an hour away from the city. And on our part, to restart, to rebuild the tourism industry, most importantly is for us to revive air connectivity into the state. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many incentives that are available. Although Sabah Development Bank says not everyone can borrow, however, we would like to appeal that our local tourism stakeholders are able to borrow from yourself, Dr. Vincent, and because this will definitely assist the local players to revive and also to restart their businesses in the tourism industry. We all know that tourism is the first to be affected by any pandemic or health crisis, and also the last to be restarted. And with that, I would like to say, repeating what Professor Dr. David Bellamy has said in many of our tourism promotion, he says, Sabah do not need Walt Disney. We have our own theme parks in Sabah. So you all are our guests. We hope that you will take this opportunity to explore the state tourism attraction, and once again, to also be able to bring your friends and relatives as well as your family here for your next holiday destination. So with that, thank you very much for inviting Sabah Tourism Board, and we hope you have a productive day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Puan Norida, for giving an overall view of the tourism industry in Sabah and the challenges faced due to the pandemic, and on a positive note, opportunities in the future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our distinguished panel of speakers, for a very productive session today. Unfortunately, as we are running out of time, we are not able to take questions from the floor. So thank you everyone for attending the session, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Jessie, and our distinguished speakers. Now, let us pose for a photograph. For our photographers who would like to capture a moment.
I am quite certain many of you took photos and videos today throughout our session. We certainly would appreciate if you could post them on your social media accounts. And don't forget to please include hashtag Sibes 2022, spelled SIBES.
And do tag Sibes 2022 social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram.
Thank you very much to our speakers, the panelists. And now we move on to our next session, yeah, Amy?
Yes, that's right, Ben. And it will be our third session today.
Yes, indeed. We do have, it's a combination of a special address and also a moderating session, yeah, shortly. So we would like to call upon Dr. Oh A. Sun, the moderator for this upcoming session, together with the panelists to join us on stage, please.
A little bit of background of Dr. Oh. Dr. Oh is the Principal Advisor at Pacific Research Center of Malaysia and Senior Fellow at Singapore Institute of International Affairs. He was Senior Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. His research interests include the political economy of Southeast Asia and international relations, particularly those involving China and the United States.
Now, before we begin the special address, Amy, if you don't mind, I just want to interact with our delegates here. I'm just going to move right over here. Delegates, are we okay? Please show me the thumbs up or the poinka if you are. Kasih naik dia tinggi-tinggi, please show it. There we go. I'd like to interact with the delegates who are joining us right here. Are we okay? If I say hello, you say hi. Hello? Hello? Amy, would you like to try your side of the stage?
Yeah, how about this side? Hi. Hello.
Well done.
It's good to see everyone still up even though it's post-lunch.
Let's spend 1 minute to just do a quick stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, please rise. We just want to make sure that we're awake.
Yeah.
Mohon berdiri, please stand, everybody.
And
just
long
to make sure
hours.
that we're okay. I see someone stretching over there. Why not you just take a
do that.
very nice stretch?
Stretch. I think we're all normal human beings here who can't sit for long hours.
Absolutely,
without
Amy.
any movement. Yeah.
Please say hello to the person standing next to you on the left and on the right. Just give them a wave. No handshakes, please.
Yeah.
Just say hello.
Hello.
Hi.
And, yeah, clap.
Well done.
Maybe for the sake of stretching, maybe you can go big with your hello. Hello.
All right. Here's a clapping exercise that I'd like for you to do.
Maybe
Let's
I will
do this. So we're going to clap using a beat, okay? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's good. Now I would like for you to say ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. One more time. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Well done. I'm going to do a laughter exercise tomorrow, so I hope you'll join me for that one. Amy, let's go ahead and introduce our speaker joining us via Zoom for his special address.
Yes, and as we can see, our speakers for the next session are ready. And we have a speaker joining us via Zoom. I understand it's Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, and I'm going to let Dr. Oh to give the proper introduction. Dr. Oh, the mic is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Thank you very much for taking part in this last session of the afternoon, namely Sustainable Development in Sabah, Inclusive and Equitable Growth for all Sabahans. And we are mainly going to explore how the state government, in conjunction with the private sector, as well as civil society could collaborate to speed up the sustainable development in Sabah, especially in line with the Sabah Maju Jaya development plan of the current administration. So we are very privileged to have a distinguished speaker joining us online, and he is none other than Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, the former minister in the Prime Minister's Department and currently chairman of Bursa Malaysia Berhad. And Tan Sri Wahid Omar will share with us the topic ESG, namely environment, society, and governance, and the listing of Sabah companies in Bursa Malaysia. So Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, over to you online.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Ajiji Haji Noh, Chief Minister of Sabah, berbahagia Tan Sri Majid Khan, and Tan Sri Michael Yeo from KSI, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking KSI and the Sabah State Government for inviting me to speak at this Sabah International Business and Economic Summit. It is indeed an honor to be able to participate in this event attended by such a distinguished audience. So although I'm not there physically, and I must say that's actually my only regret because KOTA KINABALU is indeed one of my favorite destinations. And I do look forward to visiting KK again and even venture out to Kota Balut before going off to Mantanani Islands. So maybe Dato' Sri Panglima Salikroa can help there. Well, I have been asked to speak on the topic of ESG and the listing of Sabah companies on Bursa Malaysia. ESG is indeed a very broad subject to be covered in 20 minutes, but I will do my best if I may. Now, for that purpose, please allow me to cover 3 areas in my address this afternoon. Firstly, on climate change and Malaysia's commitment towards net zero. Secondly, the case for companies and businesses to embrace ESG. And third, the listing of Sabah companies on Bursa Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, I always find it useful to remind us of the 3 key elements of ESG, that is environmental, social, and governance. Environmental refers to the need to address climate change, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, waste, pollution, and deforestation. Social refers to issues relating to human rights, forced labor and modern slavery, child labor, working conditions, and employee relations. Whilst governance refers to issues relating to bribery and corruption, executive pay, board diversity and structure, political lobbying and donations, and tax avoidance or evasion. Now, the most pressing environmental issue is obviously climate change. I must say I was privileged to be in Glasgow at the conclusion of COP26 in November 2021 for the launch of the independent report by WWF Malaysia and BCG entitled Securing Our Future, Net Zero Pathways for Malaysia. COP26 concluded on 13th November 2021, which was 1 day later than scheduled, with 197 parties or countries agreeing to a few outcomes. Firstly, commitments to cut emissions to keep within reach the global warming limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level, to phase down rather than the stronger earlier iteration of phase out of coal, and accelerating efforts on the phase out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. A third, revision of nationally determined contributions. These are essentially stock take of each country's greenhouse gas emissions earlier in 2022 rather than in 2025. Fourth is about doubling the finance for adaptation. And number 5 is about recognizing the issue of loss and damage, albeit there is no facility set up to address it yet. Now, this is essentially payment of compensation for loss and damage and ties into the historical responsibility which developed countries have long resisted. Now, as a member of the global community, I must say Malaysia is at a turning point in its climate journey, and charting the right course of action against global warming provides our nation a vital opportunity to protect our environment, to reduce our carbon footprint, and at the same time, create a competitive advantage. Now, we are heartened that our Prime Minister had already announced Malaysia's commitment to be a net zero greenhouse gas emissions nation as early as 2050, ahead of COP26. And that was actually during the tabling of the 12th Malaysia Plan on 27th September 2021, meaning that we are now part of the global community of countries that contribute 90% of global GDP that have committed to net zero by mid-century, referring to either 2050 or 2060. Now, it is also great that the government has committed to phase out coal, including cancelling the earlier plan to build 4 new coal-fired power plants, totaling 2,800 megawatts in 2031, 2034, and 2037, and to increase renewable energy mix from the current level of 17% to 31% by 2025 and to 40% by 2035. Now, this commitment was reinforced by the Malaysia Renewable Energy Roadmap 2022-2035, launched by the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources very recently on 30th of December 2021. Now, Malaysia is also a signatory to the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use and Global Methane Pledge, as reiterated by the Minister of Environment and Water at COP26. All the commitments made will have to be translated into actions, not only by the government, but also by the corporate sector, by the business community, and by the people. And this is where the Net Zero Pathways for Malaysia report, undertaken by WWF Malaysia and BCG, will be helpful, as it aims to define the optimal net zero pathway for Malaysia with several alternative pathways. It aims to assess socioeconomic impact in terms of jobs and economic development, serving as a resource and reference to stakeholders, and create a recommended policy framework and outline of key interventions with a particular focus on areas of energy, forestry, agriculture, and nature-based solutions. Now, this study explored key building blocks and potential transition pathways for Malaysia to achieve a net zero target. And based on the preliminary findings, under the current business as usual pathway, carbon emission levels are expected to double from 75 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2016 to 159 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2050. Now, a lower carbon emission pathway will potentially reduce carbon emissions by some 60% in 2050 and will only achieve net zero 15 years later in 2065. And therefore, to achieve net zero in 2050 will require significant additional efforts. Now, if I may just provide some illustration, the most cost-optimal way to reach net zero by 2050 will require 59% renewables in our energy mix, 60% urban public transport modal share, 100% electric vehicle penetration, retention of 55% forest cover, that means 18.1 million hectares in 2050 compared to 18.2 million hectares currently, and limited carbon capture, utilization, and storage requirement. And these will require some 350 billion ringgit to 450 billion ringgit in cumulative investments, mostly in the energy sector, representing 0.8% of GDP per annum until 2050. Whilst this may sound like a lot of money, it is indeed. But if we were to compare with other countries, at 0.8%, it is actually more affordable compared to, say, countries like Indonesia that will have to spend some 1.8% of GDP, China at 2.1%, and India at 7.4% of GDP. So we're talking about 12 to 15 billion ringgit per annum in terms of investments, which I believe is actually doable. Now, I must say that it is great that the Malaysian government has already committed to phase out coal gradually and will not commission new coal-fired power plants in the future. And likewise, the continued investment in public transportation and tax incentives to promote electric vehicles, as announced by the Minister of Finance in Budget 2022, would augur well towards our net zero target. Now, going back to the 55% forest cover that I mentioned, I must say that we are indeed fortunate that these 18.2 million hectares that we have are able to act as carbon sink to sequester some 259 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, or 77% of the total 334 million tons emitted based on the third biennial update report to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, I would say that Sabah is indeed a major contributor to our national forest cover, contributing 4.1 million hectares, or 22.5% of the total 18.2 million hectares as reported in the submission to the UNFCCC. I recall that the figures mentioned by earlier speakers were slightly different, more at about 4.8 million hectares, but this is very much dependent on the classification. But be that as it may, what it means is that Sabah does contribute significantly to our forest cover. And from the last count that we have at the WWF, we understand that about 58% of Sabah's land mass is still covered by protected areas or forests. And I think this is something which we must continue to protect. Now, naturally, these forest covers will provide the base for nature-based solutions for the voluntary carbon market that we are currently developing. Now, if I may, my only hope is that all these nature-based solutions from the forests that we have would be reserved for our Malaysian companies and Malaysian businesses to meet their net zero commitments. Because if we are going to sell it to foreign parties, I'm afraid we will not have a sufficient stock for them to decarbonize their business operations. And once the European Union implements the carbon border assessment mechanism, CBAM, if we don't have this access to such a carbon credit, it will be a loss to all our Malaysian companies, if I may. So again, my request would be prioritize the Malaysian companies and Malaysian businesses first, if I may. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ESG and sustainability issues, I must say, are not new to corporate Malaysia. Back in 2014, Bursa Malaysia introduced the FTSE4Good Bursa Malaysia Index to recognize PLCs or public listed companies that have taken steps to improve their ESG practices and disclosures. And since then, the number of constituents have tripled from 24 back in 2014 to 80 stocks following the last review in December 2021. Now, Bursa Malaysia also launched in July last year the FTSE4Good Bursa Malaysia Sharia Index, comprising 54 constituents of the FTSE4Good Bursa Malaysia Index that are Sharia compliant based on the Securities Commission's Sharia Advisory Council's screening methodology. Now, apart from introducing ESG-related indices, Bursa Malaysia has also played a pioneering role in compelling public listed companies to adopt good ESG practices and disclosures. For instance, since the establishment of the Sustainability Reporting Framework back in 2015, all Malaysian public listed companies are now disclosing certain sustainability statements and reports annually, detailing the governance structure put in place, as well as the approach to managing their material sustainability matters, which cover an extensive range of economic, environmental, and social themes. Now, I must say, the updated Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance 2021, issued by the Securities Commission in April last year, introduced best practices and guidance to strengthen board oversight and the integration of sustainability considerations in the strategies and operations of companies. Companies with a well-articulated long-term strategy and a clear plan on sustainability, including supporting the global transition to a net zero economy, will distinguish themselves by building the confidence of their stakeholders, namely consumers, investors, policymakers, and regulators. On the other hand, boards and companies that are not prepared may see their businesses suffer as the stakeholders lose confidence in the company's ability to adapt to shifts and changes in the global landscape. So, apart from the necessity to comply with the Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance 2021, the case for Malaysian companies to embed sustainability in their business strategy and operations is clear. Companies that chose to ignore sustainability or ESG consideration in their business will not be sustainable, as they will be deprived of both equity and debt financing to fund their projects. They will have to pay higher insurance premium to underwrite some of their risks and will have difficulty to recruit the human capital talent necessary to drive their business. Nor will they be able to sell their products or be part of the global supply chain as customers become more discerning in buying only sustainable products in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, as we enter the year 2022, all states in Malaysia are already in phase 4 of the National Recovery Plan. The COVID cases requiring hospitalization have also come down. The number of COVID-related deaths have also been declining. And this means that now is the time for us to focus on sustainable economic recovery, income generation, business rehabilitation, and job creation. So where do we go from here? Well, in a recent report by Maybank Investment Bank, the pandemic crisis, as we call them, is expected to have a W-shaped recovery. Our GDP is expected to grow 6% in 2022, one of the highest in the region, and much improved from the negative 4.5% in the third quarter of last year, and the 3% to 4% estimated growth for the entire 2021. Now, Sabah, as a region, is a strong contributor to the national economy with industries such as oil and gas, resource-based industries, plantations, and of course, as what Puan Dora mentioned, tourism. Sabah contributes some 6% towards the national GDP, and given its 3.9 million population, representing more than 11.5% of Malaysia's population, I would say that the potential for growth for Sabah is clearly promising. And recent trade data has shown that Sabah's recovery is very much in sight. And I think this morning we heard Yang Berhormat Chief Minister and others mentioning that total investment into Sabah in 2021 has already crossed the 4.8 billion ringgit mark. Now, I must say that's certainly very, very encouraging. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our analysis at Bursa Malaysia, we believe there are some 28 companies with large underlying operations and activities in Sabah, or with some connections in terms of shareholding and directorships by majority SABAH'S. And they have a combined market capitalization of 29 billion ringgit, representing 1.6% of the total market capitalization of companies listed on Bursa Malaysia for about 1.7 to 1.8 trillion ringgit. Now, cumulatively, these companies have a total asset size of about 31 billion ringgit. And they include Sabah plantation companies listed on Bursa Malaysia with about 6 billion ringgit market cap, and the largest ones with a market cap of 1 billion ringgit and above would include companies like hamstrung Consolidated, hamstrung Plantations, SICC Resources, and others. And of course, the jewel in the crown is always hamstrung Consolidated Berhad that holds an eminent position as it is a component stock of the benchmark FBMKLCI index that many investors would refer to. Plantations, industrial products, and consumer products are the leading sectors in Sabah. Now, for us at Bursa Malaysia, we have been actively pursuing the listing of quality companies over the years. Last year, for example, we had the benefit of 30 new listings on the exchange, and that's 58% more than the 19 listings in 2020. Of these, 6 were for the main market, and the rest on ACE and LIP market. Now, if you were to go by statistics, given the fact that Sabah contributes 6% to Malaysia's GDP, by right, we should have more Sabah companies listed on Bursa Malaysia. Because as I mentioned today, Sabah companies make up only 1.6% of the total market capitalization. So therefore, Sabah companies are grossly underrepresented in Bursa Malaysia at this moment. So it is our hope that more Sabah-linked companies will be listed on Bursa Malaysia in the future. And on our part, we will continue to engage with various government agencies and the private sector to encourage companies to raise funds on either our main market, ACE or LIP. And obviously, Sabah continues to be on our roadshow list, and our team would be pleased to meet with any interested companies when we visit Sabah. Now, I would like to reinforce that for us at Bursa Malaysia, we are a listing platform that you should seriously consider. We have almost 1,000 companies from a wide range of business sectors that have successfully made the transition to access public equity financing. We are home to regional companies and some of the largest companies in commodities and natural resource-based sectors. We are indeed excited to learn about the green goal that the earlier speakers mentioned, the ITP, the industrial trees, the plantation prospects, and sustainable forest management. So indeed, that's something which we look forward to. Beyond that, we also recognize leader in Islamic finance and investment. And last but not least, we are also a leading exchange in ASEAN, which is well regulated and ranks high in corporate governance and investor protection. I do hope that these points would convince you to consider us even more. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, it is important for all of us to truly embrace the spirit and intention of our shared prosperity vision 2030 and the objectives of the 12th Malaysia Plan to make our country, Malaysia, a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable nation. And I believe that with full embracement of sustainability and ESG, more investors, local and foreign, will take notice. And on our part, Bursa Malaysia is certainly a good platform for Sabah-based businesses and companies to raise funds and your visibility on a global scale. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you listed on Bursa Malaysia, insyaAllah. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Tan Sri, for your very refreshing words on Bursa's commitment to the reduction of carbon emission in our environment, as well as emphasizing the need for more Sabah companies to be listed on Bursa. I hope all of you have listened to that very, very carefully. Now, we have with us here 6 speakers on the stage, and I was told that we have to end the session by slightly over 5 o'clock, after 5 o'clock. So in the interest of time, I hope each speaker would take approximately 8 minutes or so to make their presentation. And our first speaker is Dr. Richard Marshall, who is a senior economist from UN or United Nations, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. Dr. Richard Marshall, please.
Okay, great. Okay, Thank you, moderator, Dr. O, fellow speakers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. As our moderators explained, we have quite limited time, so I will end up speaking rather quickly, and hopefully I will say something interesting, if not controversial. I have to say it's a huge privilege to be in this session, which very much focuses on equity issues, on inclusion, on promoting an inclusive recovery. And as you can see from the title of my presentation, I'm going to make an argument for the right strategy for Sabah in recovering from COVID is an inclusive one that leaves no Sabah hands behind. So I have, there are 4 parts to my remarks, but I'm really going to focus on the center two, which is exploring the kind of effects we've seen in Sabah as a result of the COVID pandemic, the socioeconomic effects. And then secondly, I'm going to talk about the livelihoods and the economic consequences of the undocumented population in Sabah. And I choose these 2 particular topics because the UN has been undertaking research in these areas. However, before that, I just want to quickly run through some background. Much of this you will have heard this morning on Sabah's economy, so you can appreciate some of the dynamics we then see in the later data. We've heard this morning, and I'll reiterate it again, Sabah is a major contributor to the Malaysian economy. Again, around 6% of GDP, has many comparative advantages. There has been growth, but problematically, as you can see from the chart on the bottom, growth has been rather volatile in Sabah versus the other states. And post-COVID-19, actually, it's been relatively low. Sabah sinking well below other states as a result of the pandemic. So there's something of a disconnect, between Sabah's potential and its contribution to Malaysia, and then its productivity within the state. As I'll show shortly, Sabah's productivity levels are much lower than some of the other states within Malaysia. We also see that there is a very high undocumented population and the use of migrant labor. And while the economy is diversified, it's still very much focused on low value-added activities. So there are a set of socioeconomic counterparts to that also, to this low productivity situation you see in Sabah. Unemployment is generally higher than other states. We see high levels of economic informality, people working in formal sector in precarious jobs. Inequality is also relatively high. And as a result of this, you see large levels of vulnerability. Vulnerability is exposure to shocks. Large proportions of the population living close to the poverty line, and you really see this coming out in the time of COVID in terms of the numbers which I'll come to of the changes in poverty levels and changes in average incomes. So, this matrix of issues, in addition to, we've heard a lot about productivity this morning, diversification, moving up the value chain, but it's important that in doing this, Sabah leaves no one behind. Issues of inclusion of these groups, which tend to be left out of the economy, need particular attention. That's the poor, but also women, youth, informal sector workers, and also those who are undocumented in Sabah's economy and indigenous people. Coming to the COVID impacts, obviously COVID as an economic phenomenon is an economic shock, but it has 2 kinds of shock. It's both a demand shock in terms of the global economy and Peninsular Malaysia that tend to buy things from Sabah, but it also is a supply shock. The supply shock, of course, is associated with the MCO and impacts of closure on the economy. And it's the interaction of these 2 shocks that results in the economic changes and then their socioeconomic counterparts that we see. So also what is also important is the policy response. So these interact with the context, but then there's a response from governments, and we've seen very large stimulus packages both from the federal and state governments. But they also have particular eligibility criteria, and they also interact to produce different effects. So just looking at some of Sabah's data, this is DOSM data that looks at income levels and poverty levels for states between the pre-COVID year 2019 and the post-COVID year 2020. And in the first chart, you can see Sabah is kind of mid-table in terms of the income effect, not so bad. But then when you look in the second chart, you can see for poverty, actually Sabah ranks the highest poverty level now. And this really brings out the vulnerability you see in Sabah's economy. This level of unemployment, the level of informality, this exposure to risk. So while the income impact wasn't so sizable, the poverty impact has been. And you can see in the other charts, the final chart, which gives you the changes in income and poverty levels, that some of the states which had the largest income effect, places like Selangor actually, didn't see so much of a poverty effect because their population is more productive, it is more engaged in high value-add activities, and it is more secure therefore. Okay, now I just also wanted to highlight some issues and trends with COVID. The top chart gives you some data we've had from Dawson, somewhat provision analysis, but it actually shows for the whole of Malaysia, some of the highest income effects, the losses, occur to those people who are in the middle of the income distribution, not the poorest. So you can see, if you look at the bars, it tracks how many deciles you fall as a result of the COVID effect. You can see in the B4 and the M1, you see the highest falls and lower falls in poverty. That's the kind of Malaysia picture. That might not be the case in Sabah, because we've seen this much bigger effect. Again, brings out the differences of being more secure, of being more, having a more inclusive economy. The second chart I also wanted to show you, there's been a lot of discussion about the recovery. The recovery is underway, it's affecting all states, but I also want to highlight in this chart, the sectors which are bouncing now, that are doing better, are not necessarily those that Sabah is engaged in heavily. They're particularly manufacturers, high-value services, see much greater bounce backs from recovery. So therefore, I think there might be a longer lag to Sabah's recovery from COVID. Secondly, I wanted also to highlight the issue of undocumented labor. This is the UN has been undertaking a survey with University of Malaysia Sabah during 2019 that looked at the challenges faced by this group, but also the economic consequences of having a large share of undocumented labor. I think people are very familiar with this. It's also a controversial topic in Sabah. But the survey has some very interesting insights. It shows that this population is large, it's engaged in subsistence activities, and it's largely informal. It's locked in a kind of informality. Poverty and multidimensional poverty are also high. So some quick key insights. What we really point to the fact that this population is locked in informal employment. So because of the nature of their inability to register, their inability to access documentation, they are locked in these subsistence activities. And this is a drag on Sabah's overall productivity also. So bad for them in a welfare sense, but also bad for the economy. We also find that they're poverty trapped, that they have difficulty escaping from their subsistence and their very weak living conditions. And this is a key issue that needs to be addressed, both from a welfare perspective, but also one in terms of supporting the economy's productivity and its transition to higher value added. So very, very finally, I wanted to quickly give some thoughts on what an inclusive growth strategy might look like. I've given you a chart which is the standard economic understanding of economic growth, what promotes economic growth. It's labor, it's quality, it's capital input, it's technology, and it's also total factor productivity, how these inputs are combined together. And I want to argue, therefore, that there's a need to build back better in the crisis, that addresses this productivity challenge head on, that is about promoting inclusion. We noticed the allocations in the 12th Malaysia Plan, and in the discussions this morning, some very good policy suggestions. What I want to emphasize, it should not only be about infrastructure, and those types of hard investment, but also leading private sector flows, and crucially on the human side, investing in people, investing in education and training. And very finally, this also includes tackling the issue of the undocumented and the drag on productivity that they bring to the Sabah's economy. Thank you. I'll close there. I hope I didn't speak too fast.
Well, thank you, Dr. Marshall, for highlighting some of the challenges facing Sabah's social economy, and the fact that perhaps the policy response should indeed leave no one behind. There should be emphasis on education, on human development, and so on, and only then could we build back better after the pandemic. Thank you. Our next distinguished speaker will be Dr. Jamili Nais, who is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Housing of Sabah. Dr. Jamili, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ong. I'm very much aware that this is late in the afternoon, and our time has just been cut from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. So I'm going to show you, I've opted to show you some colors and printed words instead. I'm pitching to the prospective investors to Sabah why venture and invest in Sabah. This is my perspective from the Ministry of Local Government and Housing in Sabah, where I'm the permanent secretary. This is our subtopic for this afternoon. If you forget everything that I say, that's I'm going to tell you, but remember just this one, I'll be happy. Sabah is special. It is a place like no other. Now, coming to venture and invest in Sabah is not just doing conventional and traditional business. It's not just about P&L. It's not just about the bottom line. But you are coming to Sabah, very much more than that. You are coming to partner with us in attaining the SDGs. What is the SDG? I'm going to tell you a little bit about that later. But first, the Ministry of Local Government and Housing, when I joined the ministry, I did a revisioning exercise and embracing most of the SDGs. Among them are strengthening local government strategies to meet the community needs for housing and holistic landscape planning at local government level, and enhancing collaboration towards a dynamic, creative, innovative, and efficient service delivery. Not only that, to expedite approvals from the central board, it is now the State Planning Council or MPN, Majlis Perancang Negeri, and EPP, Electronic Planning Permission, all to expedite approvals of development projects. Now, what is the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals? In a nutshell, it provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and in the future. Now, it evolved from Agenda 21 of the Rio Summit, and then the Millennium Development Goal. It evolved into the current SDG that will run into 2030. 7 goals altogether, and some 5,500 actions. 17 development goals. These are them. And in Sabah, our answer to the sustainable development goals is the Sabah Maju Jaya initiatives. There are many parallels between the SDG and the SMJ. And the SMJ is not only to develop the state, but also to attain some of the goals in the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Now, if you come and invest in Sabah, there are goals that are already in place in Sabah, especially 13, 14, 15, 17, 16, and 17 of the 17 goals. Goals number 13 is the climate change. We are doing very much on that, and we are well ahead. If Sabah is a country, it will be a role model to many countries in the world. But since it is a state, you probably have not heard, but we are well ahead of many other regions in the world. Life below water, our marine environment is very much protected and well taken care of. Life on land, even better, close to 30% of our land in totally protected areas. Then the goal 16, peace, you have heard the sharing, many of the sharings in the morning session, that we are well ahead in this regards, and partnership for the goals also. So there are 5 sustainable goals that is already in place if you come and invest in Sabah. Now, if you are considering coming to Sabah, these are the already in place, like the biodiversity in Sabah, it is at its best, and life on land, and the tropical rainforest, as well as whatever that is contained in there, For example, the species of flora and fauna, plants, animals. This is the life on land. Sustainable goal number 15. And then you have the marine life below water. This is in the east coast of Sabah, in Sempurna, Bohai Dulang, and the marine life, life below water. Now these are the things that, if you consider coming to Sabah, invest in Sabah, we are hoping that these two goals, sustainable goals, you will contribute to this. Decent work and economic growth for the state, goal number 8, as well as responsible production, goal number 12, if you come. But more than that, if you consider coming to Sabah, we'll be hoping to partner with you and in attaining at least 5 of the sustainable development goals, namely poverty. There are pockets of poverty still in the state, and in you coming to Sabah, we are hoping that you will contribute to alleviating this, and also good health and well-being of the people, also the industry innovation and infrastructure, also reduce inequalities. And in coming to Sabah, please consider not just the town areas, KOTA KINABALU for example, but consider also investing in other parts of Sabah. For example, northern part in Kudat, in Pitas, and elsewhere to reduce the inequalities, and also sustainable cities and communities. These are the things that we are hoping to partner with you. Please remember when doing business with us, remember these. Now, coming to Sabah, partnering with us, coming to Sabah will add value to your company's standing. For example, you will be green and responsible, one that cares about the earth and helps the communities. All corporate players in the state should get involved, maybe adopt a beach, destination, a community or a village, a species, for example, a turtle, orangutan, a forest, a waterfall, a river. All corporate players should consider doing this and be part of our team in protecting our environment. Now, it's a second last slide. At the end, please always remember that at the end of it all boils down to the well-being of the people. That's my message. And as I've mentioned in the beginning, even if you forget everything that I've said, but go home just to bring this one message, I'll be happy. I'll come in full circle. Sabah is special. It is a place like no other. Thank you.
Indeed, Sabah is a very special place, and I think all of us are very glad to hear of Sabah's commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN. And I think Dr. Jamili also answered some of the challenges posed by Tan Sri Wahid Omar as to companies should invest in Sabah, and hopefully thereby afterwards when they get listing on the Bursa, it will be a very meaningful one. And our next speaker will be Dr. Rebecca Jumin, who is Head of Conservation for Sabah of World Wildlife Fund, Malaysia. Dr. Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Dr. O. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers, Sabah State Government and KSI, for this opportunity to share our views and thoughts on sustainable development in Sabah. So, beginning with the end in mind, allow me to share our vision for Sabah. That is, by 2030, Sabah's biodiversity, ecosystem services, and agricultural system are valued, protected, and responsibly managed, are climate resilient, and bring benefit to both people and nature. As the previous Datuk Jamili mentioned earlier, Sabah is indeed special. Sabah is rich in biodiversity and natural resources. Half of our landmass is still covered by natural forest cover, and we hold the largest coverage of mangroves in Malaysia with over 200,000 hectares of mangrove area, and 70% of the estimated 4,000 square kilometer of coral reefs is located in Sabah. That is as just an indication of how rich Sabah is. And we have also iconic species such as the orangutan and also the Bornean elephants. But in addition to that, Sabah is also blessed with a diverse culture, a rich culture, with at least 39 different indigenous people or indigenous groups. All have one thing in common, that is we have close connections to and relationship to our land and our sea. And we are highly dependent on nature for our survival. So indeed, Sabahans are highly dependent on our nature. As such, we must conserve and manage well our biodiversity and natural resources, in short, our assets. Can we rely on our nature to be available for us forever? Not if we don't do anything to sustain them. So Sabah biodiversity was under threats for a long time. For example, the habitat or ecosystem loss due to conversion to agricultural area, unsustainable logging, and unsustainable development. Species loss due to habitat loss, human and wildlife conflict, as well as illegal wildlife trade. And for a few years ago, we described climate change as an emerging threat that aggravate these threats. But the threat of climate change is here now, today. We see the impact, and it's impacting our lives in many ways, including floods and landslides and property damage. These threats need to be addressed, and I think everyone here is aware of that. And we need to have a concerted effort to manage this. Government, businesses, civil society, and people in general. Everyone has a role. For WWF Malaysia in Sabah, we are implementing a program called the Sabah Landscape Program, which advocates for the application of a living landscape approach to conservation in Sabah, where all intervention occur within a designated landscape boundary. Our living landscape approach combines conservation and development by integrating the protection of forests, wildlife, and river, production of certified sustainable commodities such as palm oil and timber, and restoration of degraded habitats, ecological corridors, and riparian reserves. This is implemented in collaboration with partners and stakeholders, which need to be done together. Through this approach, we hope to see the success in the form of healthy forests and rivers, viable wildlife population, effective ecological corridor, and sustainable production and of commodities that are resilient to climate change, and importantly, bring benefits to people and nature. If you look at the map, these are some of the priority areas and target that we hope to achieve within those landscapes, not only just us, but together with our partners. Our program is implemented in support of existing government policies. we are totally in agreement with Dr. Jamili that Sabah is progressive and a leader in conservation in Malaysia, and if it's a country in the world. Sabah has set progressive policies that support conservation and sustainable development, among others. Sabah is committed to the SDG goals with the tagline of leaving no one behind. And now we have the Sabah Maju Jaya to guide its development in the next 5 years. Sabah aspires to retain 50% of its land mass as part of the national commitment or national aspiration, and 30% of our forests under totally protected area. So we are now close to that, around 26%. Sabah also support a 100% MSPO certification for the oil palm industry and aspire to go further by having a 100% RSPO certification target by 2025. Sabah is among the largest, if not the largest producer of palm oil in Malaysia, with 27% production share from 1.6 million hectares of land. Sabah is in a position to be a global leader with a sustainable future. But towards this, we think that Sabah must build on its progressive policies and show the world what goods look like. So here's some essential consideration. On certification, MSPO is an essential step towards RSPO target in Sabah. However, there is a need for government support. Example, regulation is required to build on market pressure to achieve the 100% MSPO and RSPO certification target by 2025. Certification of sustainable palm oil production is necessary, but not sufficient to protect our forest and wildlife, as certification applies only to the growing area. We need a landscape approach that integrates protection and production in one jurisdiction, and similarly, systemic issues like labor issues can be addressed at the same landscape, at the same one jurisdiction level. We may have exhausted already suitable area for oil palm plantation, so further expansion of palm oil in Sabah should cease, and alternative agricultural crops and system to be developed. So this encourage other systems to be assessed and see the feasibility of that. And retaining forest cover is an essential action in the fight against climate change. Therefore, we should avoid deforestation within the permanent forest estate that we have, which we are establishing towards the 30% TPA target. And the enabling condition, of course, is that there is a need for a platform for everyone, for people to be part of that protection and development, and increased investment in downstream investment to increase more jobs for Sabahan. And I would like to end this with a take-home message that biodiversity is Sabah's competitive advantage. Let's optimize it strategically for present and future generations. Let's put people and planet at the heart of business, as what is good for people and planet is good for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. Indeed, putting people and planet front and center, having highlighted some of the conservation initiatives undertaken by WWF in Sabah, and the need indeed for sustainable plantation. So our next speaker, well, is indeed a plantation gentleman. He is none other than Mr. Muhammad Helmi Othman Bashar, who is the Group Managing Director of Sime Darby Plantation Berhad. Mr. Helmi, please.
Thank you, Dr. O. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. All distinguished guests, and also a very good afternoon to all. We heard repeatedly today, Sabah contributed about 6% to the national GDP. But in the palm oil sector, it has an oversized presence. It produced the highest CPO production in the country, more than a quarter. It has also more than 1.5, 1.6 million planted hectares out of the total planted hectares of about 6 million in the country. For Samdabi plantation, we are also heavily invested in Sabah. We are not the biggest plantation company in Sabah. We are only number 5, but we have about 50,000 hectares of land in Sabah. And it produces about 15% of our total Malaysian production. I'm sure a lot of us are aware that this plantation sector is very much manual, labor intensive. And this is how the industry has existed for the last 100 years. Yes, there have been a lot of automation, mechanization being talked about, but compared to our competitors in edible industry, we are very much behind. We haven't done much. But in 2020, something changed. At least it did for Samdabi plantation. The labor crunch, because we could not basically recruit any more foreign workers into the country. So the industry has been hard hit by this labor crunch. Borders were closed, and we are actually in a flux. I've been in this industry for the last 25 years, and although I was very much aware of our past, but I was very much interested in the future. How could we change this industry? And COVID or pandemic provided this opportunity for us. This is for us to fast track everything that we did. And within 1 year, within a space of 12 or 13 months, we could do something that we could not do, like I said, for the last many years to change the face of the industry. Today, I'm very proud to say that we have drones flying in our plantation, including the ones in Sabah too. We have machines that are doing work that have taken over the manual work of people or workers in plantation. And what I'm very proud of, this has provided real opportunity to recruit locals, because locals have shied away from this plantation sector for as long as I can remember. You can say 20, 30 years. But we are able to bring back locals to work in plantation in a higher skilled jobs. There are pilots manning the drones. There are what we call machine specialists running the machines now in our plantation. And this has provided opportunity. This is opening up opportunity for locals to come back in a big way. And I believe the transformation will carry on. We are not looking back. In fact, we are accelerating, and this is something very exciting for us. While all these efforts reduce dependence on labor, it also changed the activities that we know of in plantation. So to me personally, this is something which is sustainable. This is something where we can change the perspective of how people look at plantation. Obviously, plantation is very important for not only for Sabah, but for the nation as well. For Samdabi plantation, currently we employ about 1,700 SABAH'S. Of this, nearly 1,200 are workers, while the balance are the executives and staff. But as I mentioned just now, this industry is so much dependent on foreign workers. We have about 3,000 foreign workers working in our plantation in Sabah. But as I mentioned just now, these statistics are changing. We will see more SABAH'S coming to work in a higher skill job in plantation. The other aspect that is been touched repeatedly as well, for the few sessions today, this is about environment, this is about ESG. And for us, we truly believe in this. In fact, we are doing a lot of activities in Sabah. We have this world's largest ecological experiment, the stability of altered forest ecosystems, or SAFE. It's conducted by Royal Society and Yayasan Samdabi as the largest funder, contributing more than 30 million ringgit. We rehab and reforest the orangutan habitat in northern Ulu Segama, Sabah, involving planting trees, indigenous trees of more than 300,000 trees. In this process, we collaborate with the Sabah Forestry Department. And more recently, we signed an MOA with Nestle for Project Relief, which is a target to plant 1 million trees across 1,200 hectares of riparian zones or buffer zones and steep slopes within all Sandabi plantation estates, and of which more than 300 hectares are actually in Sabah. And there are a few other projects that we are funding in Sabah. At the same time, we are also moving very aggressively into renewables. There are a lot of opportunities to harvest here, whether we harvest from solar or we harvest from other renewable energies, such as from the biogas from the mills. So I believe these are all the exciting projects and activities that we should be looking forward to. And for us, we are here to stay. We are here to contribute to the development of Sabah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Helmi, for highlighting the fact that we are indeed not looking back and moving back. We are forging forward with advanced technology, and also some of the worthy conservation and ESG efforts or initiatives undertaken by your company. Next, we will have Datu Surveyor Bernard Liu, who is the Director of Sabah Lands and Surveys Department. Datu Liu.
Thank you very much, Dr. O. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, I'd like to share to you our topic of discussion, sustainable development, and I would like to share on the area of what the knowledge that I have, as well as the responsibility that's placed under the Land and Survey Department, that is land administration, focusing on inclusive and equitable land distribution to support sustainable development in Sabah. First, just have a look at a simple definition of sustainable development. According to the United Nations, a World Commission of Environment and Protection Development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And for land, as we all know, not only contributes to wealth and economic development, it is a part of the social and political fabric that sustain all community. According to Simpson, he is expert in terms of land administration and valuation. He says that the availability of land is a key to human existence, and its distribution and use are of vital importance. So in terms of the role of land administration in support of sustainable development, in the BAFTA's Declaration 1999, where it is a gathering of experts on land administrations from countries all over the world. In Australia, 1999, they have made a declaration, among others, is summarized to sustainable development needs sound land administration. It is the key driver influencing the relationship humankind to land. So land administration in general is a system that administrate land. You can see from this simple chart how it plays a role is land administration collect basic important land informations, land ownership, land valuation, and land use. And then the land management will analyze all this information and make a decision for development and land use. So the result, with good land information and decision, the result will be sustainable development of the land, supporting the three pillar, balancing the three pillar of sustainable development, economic, social, as well as environmental. So now I go to land distribution of Sabah. A very good indicator of how well efficient land administration system of a state or country is to look at how the land is distributed. So today, the next few slides, basically I will share to you the profile of land administration in Sabah as of 31st of December 2021. So this is the total acreage of Sabah area. Land area is 7.41 million hectare. In terms of sea area, administratively, sea is also defined as land under the Sabah Land Ordinance, 11.1 million hectare. Reserve land, that is land designated for conservation and for public purpose, is 4.323 million hectare. That consists of 58.47%. And of this 58.47%, a large percentage of it, 53% is under forest reserve, Sabah Park, as well as wildlife. Another 4% is under public purpose, such as government usage, parks, and etc. In terms of alienation of land, there is land already giving out leases, as well as native land is 2.655 million hectare, consists of 35.8%. So if you do a simple mathematical calculation of this, you realize that the balance area that is not under reserve or not under alienation is about 5%. Taking consideration of 2 to 3% of land that is under alienation, under mapping survey, then we have less than 2% of land that is considered still available for alienation. That is not a lot, and we need to preserve this 2% for government usage. So we have the land that is to manage. Here is the land that is alienated, as well as land that has been reserved. In terms of land for natives of Sabah, this is one aspect that has been quite sensitive, has been discussed in many forums. In Sabah, 10 years ago, you can see the total percentage of land alienation that is under native land is only 24.5%. It means the other 75.5% is under leases. Of course, we have to consider that leases is also can be owned by native. 10 years now, okay, after we have carried out a special program to carry out survey for native customary rights, the native land percentage has increased to 41.7%. In terms of distribution, land use, land title, land use, 67.3 is for agricultural usage, 29.4 is for, sorry, this is an individual company, 67.3 is individual title, 29.6 is titles under company. In terms of usage, 66% under agriculture usage, 26 under residential, 3.3 under commercial. In terms of gender distribution, 57.8 is under man ownership, land owner is man, and 42.2% landowner is female. It's quite balanced. In terms of age group, you can see that it's quite a normal graph where we can focusing is on the age of 50 to 59. So in conclusion, sustainable development needs sound land administration. And based on the land distribution profile, Sabah's land distribution is inclusive and equitable. So it supports the sustainable development agenda of the state of Sabah. And Sabah will continue to ensure the fair distribution of land for the needs of the present and future generation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Datu Bernard, for highlighting the importance of inclusive and equitable land distribution in order to achieve sustainable development. So last but not least, we have our money man. We have Mr. Mark Jun Nien, the Managing Director and Head of Corporate, Commercial and Institutional Banking of Standard Chartered Malaysia.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing worse than listening to a banker with no slides. And you know, often people say, bankers, I don't understand what you're saying half the time. So a banker with no slides, it must be a very, very tough one, after having listened to about 15 or 20 speakers before me. But I'll try my best. A few anecdotes. You know, last year they did a survey in terms of spend on social app. It's amazing that the highest spend on social app is TikTok. The third highest spend is Tinder. And Tinder came higher than Disney Plus. That you would not have imagined that to be the case 10 years ago. Also, if you look at the energy companies, 10 years ago, they were around 15% of the S&P 500. Today, they're only 3%. So again, things have really changed in the last 10 years, and 2020, 2021 have really marked such a change. I think the whole world has reset in 2020 and 2021, and as Chief Minister Tan Sri Wahid and a lot of my fellow guest panel members have said, ESG has become a big theme. Even big asset managers like Blackstone, they manage about $10 trillion of investment, but they are only allowed to invest 2% of that 10 trillion into petroleum-related kind of investments. The pandemic has also brought upon digital transformation. And what's interesting about that is that in Sabah, the digital transformation, digital broadband penetration is very low, or it's lower than its peers. So again, it kind of sends a message that we got to think about how that digital transformation means and what that means to Sabah. And the other point to take away is concentration. The Sabah state's revenue is 75% dependent on petroleum and CPO. So I think petroleum is about 45%, and CPO is the balance 20%. Meaning to say you've got this huge volatility against an asset class, which is basically crude oil and CPO, that are actually quite volatile. So, you know, your state revenues could go up and go down, depending on where these resources and commodity cycles are. Second thing is you've got a huge reliance on the ringgit and dollar ringgit, because again, a lot of these commodities are dollarized. So if you think about that in context, you have a state government, a state revenue that is very reliant on concentrated sources of income today. And this kind of sets the foundation. And as you think about the world resetting in 2020, 2021, and how we think about Sabah and SABAH'S going forward, I'm not Sabahana, I'm Malaysian, KL, born. I've been to Sabah 5 times, and my family loves Sabah. We came here 2 weeks ago, we were at Tuaran in Rasaria, and we keep coming back to that place. So, you know, we like Sabah, and we think there's a lot of opportunity for Sabah. But if you think about the reset for Sabah, what does that all mean? It means that we're at the point that change has to happen. But there are a lot of good things going for Sabah also. Fiscal sustainability. If I compare the financials of Sabah compared to the federal, Sabah's financials are actually very good. You know, you run a the Sabah government runs a balanced budget, meaning to say there is no fiscal deficit, it's kind of balanced. Whereas the federal government is running, I think last year, over 6% fiscal deficit. So that gives you a good foundation. And when I look at the debt and look at the cash, you're kind of debt, cash, net zero, right? From that perspective. So you have ability to invest. You run a balanced budget, and you have the ability to invest. And then there's tourism. You know, I've seen slides about 4.2 million tourists in 2019. Yes, I know the pandemic put a stop to all of that, but there's a lot of tourism potential, not just domestic, but intra-ASEAN. And, you know, I think the thing that really kind of resonates for me is the will of the people. The speakers before me, the SABAH'S, the will to change, the recognition of their flaws, of the state's issues, whether it's undocumented migrants, whether it's, policies, uncertainties, whatever it is, there is a will to change. And I think that's very, very important. In any society, a will to change will make that change. And as long as we all work together, after all, everyone is, here for a period of time before they pass on to the next life. So you've got to kind of work together. And even with bankers, if you want to work with bankers. Kind of summarizing a few things. How has Sabah managed inequality? I think that was one of the brief. I think Sabah has done well, but there's still much to do. Having the highest poverty rates in Malaysia, there is still much to do, but it's done well. Going forward, I would like to see Sabah spend in the right areas. And when I talk about investing in the right areas, what are they? These will be the emerging economies. We talked about we talked about kind of the spend on Tinder, which is a dating app, being higher than Disney Plus. So emerging economies have also changed, the whole facet of it. In the past, 30, 40 years ago, being a banker, a lawyer, an engineer was all the rage. Today, the sexiest job is to be a data analyst. And the world cannot get enough of data analysts. And also software engineers. The demand for software engineers increased by 25% last year. Whereas bankers, no one wants bankers. We are kind of a dying breed. So when you think about brain drain, talent retention, what do? Well, you have to invest in the right sectors. Open your doors, FDIs, the right sectors. I'm thinking of things like biomed, biotech. Let's go out the box. Let's go beyond the Sabah Maju plan. Let's go out the box and think about that kind of stuff. Learning from Singapore. Singapore, attracted a lot of biomedical, and biomedical contributes 20 billion US dollars. That is the GDP, almost the GDP of Sabah. So in one sector, if you get it right, you actually double your GDP. So I look forward to seeing Sabah grow, and by 2030, being the forefront of ESG. And it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to all of you. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I think Mr. Mark's main message is the fact that ESG makes not only good sense, but also good money. And hopefully Standard Chartered will always be there to support us. So I think that brings a very positive note or end note to our session here. We are just slightly over time, and I hope everybody could now go forward to do more networking and hopefully ponder a bit about our environment, our society, and our governance. Once again, thank you very much indeed. I think that we will have a group photo here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oh, and our distinguished speakers.
While our panelists are taking a photograph, here is an important announcement. There are two of them actually. First is a shuttle bus service. Just so you know, there are shuttle bus services being provided from SICC to neighboring hotels around Kota Kinabalu. For more information about it, we would like to encourage you to visit sibes.sabah.gov.my, and you will click on the tab and the bus schedule is right there.
Or you can access using the QR code available at the back of your delegate card.
Yes. And that's the first announcement. And the second announcement is the organizers of Sibes 2022 would like to cordially invite our delegates for a welcoming dinner this evening. We hope that you will not miss it. A great lineup of entertainment is being prepared. Also, a wonderful buffet as well, including cocktails, which begins at 6:45.
Yeah, so hope to see you there. 6:45 cocktail begins and the dinner will begin at about 7 p.m. at the Kinabatangan Level 2 in this same building.
I think that's it, yeah? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first day of Sibes 2022. I think it's a wonderful time for us to just give a round of applause to each other and yourselves for making it this throughout this day. And I hope that you will join us for the welcoming dinner. If not, we would definitely see you back in this hall at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Until then, see you later. This is Amy Dangin and
my name is Venuzair. We'll see you either at the welcoming dinner or tomorrow for day 2 of Sibes 2022. Good night.